Good morning. Good morning, Arnab. Welcome, Himanshu, and others who are joining. So, Himanshu, what is the meaning of Himanshu? Okay, Himanshu means moon. Like, what is the etymology of like Hima and Shu and how they are connected? Can you elaborate it? So, we'll start the class soon, officially. Before we go further, sir, yesterday I got science and technology PPT instead of US. Okay, we'll tell the team so that they will update you now. Yes, good morning, Rohit. So, those who have joined, try to recall some of the words that we have discussed yesterday. Then I'll take any doubts that you have, and then we'll start the today's topic. I am fine, Anshu. How are you? So, try to recall the concept of talisman. Just recall, if possible, whoever feels comfortable, you may close your eyes and just do, of course, when you close your eyes, you can't look at anything. You no need to look at it. If you have attended our classes, try to recall this concept. Can you recall any meaning, examples, anything about these concepts? So, talisman. Just recall in your mind. You can close your eyes and try to recall. And suppose you get any doubt or anything, that we'll discuss in few seconds. Once you have done with that, Max Weber concept, that is bureaucracy model. Try to recall. Seven social sins. Try to recall these seven social sins. Seven social sins. I will answer Himanshu. First recall this, then I'll take any doubts that you have. I'll take the doubts of Himanshu, Mahima. Okay. Recall the 11 principles or the oaths or 11 promises. 11 promises. See how many you are able to recall. Recall the golden mean of Aristotle. See whether you can recall the cardinal virtues, the four cardinal virtues of Saint Thomas Aquinas. See, can you recall the concept of categorical imperative of Immanuel Kant? and some quotes of APJ Abdul Kalam and Gautama Buddha, and some one statement of Abraham Lincoln. Okay, hope you are able to recall. See why we have done this exercise. In fact, it is advisable that any new concept that we study once, before 24 hours, it is advisable to recall at least once in our lifetime, or once actually in this as a part of revision. We study so many things, actually, we see so many things, we talk to so many things. If our mind remembers everything, it may become dustbin. So, as a part of evolution, it has made in such a way that unless we recall again and again, it will forget. It's common that it will forget. So we have to tell our mind that this concept is important. How to tell? We need to recall anything that we keep on recalling, maybe like once in 24 hours, any new concept like we have studied yesterday. If you can recall now, okay, our mind thinks that it is important. Next, within 7 days once, you have to recall. Maybe 21 days you can recall once, actually one more time. Then once in a 3 months you can go on recalling. So in that way, any concept that you study for the first time, it is advisable. In see, if you don't believe in the exact days, at least within 7 days, 5 days, you can go, and if possible, within 24 hours, within 7 days, 21 days, and once in a 3 months, you can recall, so that it will become part of your permanent memory. And whatever that is there in your permanent memory, only that you can use it in your mains examination, because you have to create answer, and that is possible when you are able to inculcate those values and inculcation of those thoughts, and in your life if you apply, that is of course the next level. Okay, now let's we begin our class. So, hi, hello, namaste. Welcome to you all for the class of ethics, integrity, and aptitude. In the previous class, we understood about thinkers and philosophers, where we studied the talisman, which says that a concept associated with Mahatma Gandhi, which says that whenever we are in dilemma, we have to think of the poorest or the weakest person that we have seen in our life, that encourages empathy and that lead to compassion. Well, Max Weber bureaucracy model says that as a bureaucrats, we should have undiluted attachment with the law of the land when we take the decision. Aristotle says that it is advisable to avoid the extreme position. Most of the times, the right decisions will be involved in the moderate place, or you need to find a moderate position between the two extremes, and then you will be acting morally. Well, the Saint Thomas Aquinas talks about the four cardinal virtues, which is one is wisdom, ability to choose the right decision, and then courage, that is ability to face uncertainty, then temperance, having self-control with respect to food, drink, and sex, and the justice or fairness when we interact with the other people. In the same way, we have 11 promises and the 7 social sins that you can recall, like, some of them you can recall, like brahmacharya, asteya, all those things. So it is not necessary that you remember in an order. If you know everything, or when you see the case study, you should be able to recall them. And finally, Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative we have seen. The first one says that we have to act in such a way that we'll, the maximum of our action will become universal law. So we become, through our actions, we have to become role model to the other people. Second statement says that we should not use the human beings only as a means to achieve our ends, and their end in themselves. They have the inherent value as they are human beings. We should not misuse them, we should not abuse them. And when we take their services, we should give the compensation to them, we should take the consent from them. So these are the topics that we have discussed. Any doubts or issues you can ask. Now Shweta says, sir, I have told the mentors yesterday wrong PPT. Okay, it will be uploaded soon. I will also update now. Sir, there is any question that what is more important, whether private or public relationship? That's a good question, Himanshu. What about others actually? Do you like to answer this question? Himanshu wants to know whether private relations are important or public relationships are important. Classmates are not visible. Yes, actually, the access was taken by our team actually, so the comments are not visible. So, which is more important? Himanshu wants to know whether private relationship or public relationship. What about you, friends? What do you think? Mahima, I will address your doubt also. Don't worry, we are coming one by one. Will not miss. So, answer is both are important. There is actually no question that it is based on context. Suppose some crisis is happening in your family, you may have to give more priority to there. If there's a law and order issue or some issue of public concern is there, at that time you may give more priority to the public. In generally, both private relations are important, public relations are important. Which is exactly important, that depends on the context, the situation. So yesterday we talked about the knowledge without character. Can we write an example of a lawyer trying to prove the innocence of his client who is in reality a culprit? In this example, applicable or the right of the lawyer to defend the client no matter what. See, as a lawyer, if I know that my client has done a mistake or something, here I'm not trying, I should not try to prove that actually he is not guilty, he has not committed a crime. If I know about it, I am very sure that actually this lawyer, this person has committed a crime. But if I'm trying to prove that he has not committed a crime, then that is a knowledge without character. But we will make sure that this person who committed a crime also will get appropriate punishment. The other side of lawyer argument much more severe than what this person has done. But as a our client, we can take this person as a client actually, whoever has committed a crime, and can make sure that this person is getting the punishment only what is appropriate according to law of the land, and not more than that actually. Sometimes with the others lawyers argument and all, the suppose somebody is eligible for 3 years punishment, it may be made as 5 years actually. You will make sure that whatever the knowledge I have, whatever the possible punishment that person should get, it only that is getting, that he is getting or she is getting. Yes, if I know that my client is a criminal, or like know that he has committed, but if I'm trying to prove that he has not committed, that is an example for knowledge without character. Okay, Mahima, got it. Sir, Immanuel Kant's ends is achieved through the misuse of means. Is it correct? No, not at all, shallow. The means and end the normally that we discuss is actually a bit different in the Immanuel Kant. Here he is talking about first thing human beings. He says that we should not use human beings. If they are human beings, we should not use the human beings against their consent, or we do not cheat them, we should not manipulate them. When we are talking to them, we should respect them, and we should take the consent if you want to take their services, and appropriate remuneration should be given. We should not use actually the other human beings only to reach our goal actually. That should not be done. That is what actually Immanuel Kant's means and end. That should not be confused with general means and end. Meaning just applied in the different context. Okay, Shalu? The father and mother make a change in APJ Abdul Kalam code. How the father and mother? Okay, see what APJ Abdul Kalam is saying, that if you want to bring any changes in the society, there are 3 people who can play an important role. That is father, mother, and teacher. That means he's talking about when the baby started growing up actually. So every human being usually they have the parents and the teachers, right? And if these people can inculcate good values in the future generation, then we can, for example, as we discussed, as a parents, father, mother, they will tell that as a child you have to be happy, but you should not be selfish. You have the right to achieve whatever you want to, but follow the right path, being a role model, not using the physical punishment. This is what you have to do. This is how you are teaching what is right and wrong, and those teachers actually utilizing this opportunity to give value education to them. If these people can do their duty properly, these people will learn the ethical values at when they are young, and that will have a great impact when they grown up also. That is what APJ Abdul Kalam is trying to tell in that context. Okay, Shali, got it? We have a Shali also. Shalu is also there. Shali is also there. Okay. Fine, friends. Any other doubts before we move ahead? So in this way, any subject that you study, it is advisable that you recall whatever we have discussed in the last. If not happening in the class, before the class, at least some 10 minutes, or after the class in the evening time, if you're attending the morning batch, spend some time in recalling, doing more research. Suppose I discuss something about Immanuel Kant. You do not understand, don't worry, go to Google, search actually, get more clarity, think of some examples. So in that way, you have to improve. Let's we come back to our topic of the day. So the today's topic is actually ethical dilemma. Now, what do you understand by the word ethical dilemma? Can you recall any definition or example for ethical dilemma? So, what is ethical dilemma and any example? Have you ever faced ethical dilemma in your life? Okay, Shalu has faced ethical dilemma, it seems. Would you like to share in a few words? According to Himanshu, ethical dilemma refers to it is a situation when two principles, ethical concepts of equal importance clashes with each other. Let's we see. Others, please participate. Confusion about whether a decision is a right or wrong can also be an ethical dilemma, according to Shweta. When we have to choose between the two right things, we have this. Yes, Shali, you're right. Yes, others also you have to participate. Some students are like that, sir, why early morning will type? Anyhow, others are texting, will keep quiet. No, see, this ethics as a subject, if you just want to read any material, if you just buy ethics material for UPSC or search in the Google, you will get 50 institute material. Or you go to market actually where UPSC books are available, you may find at least 10 books in that. So, or you search in internet, you will get it. So here, because you are attending live classes, early morning, you woke up at actually before 6 o'clock and you started attending. That is super. That requires a commitment, and we will take this commitment to the next level. We'll try to utilize it. When you also are actively participating, let it be right also, wrong also. Sometimes we make fun, it's okay. Now you do, we don't know who are you actually. You have that bit advantage of anonymity also. If you suppose, just example, I'm just giving example, if Himanshu made some so-called silly statement and we laughed, you are this is funny or something, we don't know, the other people don't know who is Imanshu, and even if they laugh, it is okay, because it's all about we have to learn, no, just for fun. What he said is correct only, Himanshu. So I'm just, for example, I've taken like mother is sick and go to exam, whether to go or not can be an ethical dilemma. Good, actually, Shalom. Fundamental rights and DPSP, they're not necessarily ethical dilemma. Fundamental rights and DPSPs, in generally, they're not. There may be any particular thing that is coming in conflict with each other. In fact, both can coexist. Confusing. When it is difficult to take a decision, what is more important? Ethical dilemma is a confusion between what is right and wrong. The person must choose between one option over the other when we are in a confusion. Okay, good. So others, just try to give one example. Like Shalu has given one example. Like mother is sick and I have to go to exam. What should I do? And like nobody else is able to take care of my mother and I have to go to exam. Can be the example. Now just two example. Then I'll move ahead. One or two examples and then we'll go ahead. Try. You have to think. Development versus environment. As a broader concept, both can coexist together. In fact, both should coexist together. There may be a particular situation, there can be an ethical dilemma. Dam construction, displacement of tribals, or deforestation and a dam construction. Ambulance is not available when I go to the interview. In generally only just though we know the background of it, if the only ambulance is not available when I go to the interview, when you go for an interview, you don't need an ambulance. Accident situation and there is actually an important event but ambulance is not available, yes, then there is an ethical dilemma, Vaishika. Yes, you are right. Let's we go ahead. So Raj Arvind says a known criminal prosecuted, or maybe prosecuted, for a crime he didn't commit, we might feel that he must be punished because he is a criminal, but the crime was not committed by him. So as a part of our mind says it is not right. A criminal, first of all, if you want to call somebody as a criminal, that person have done the crime. So first point. Otherwise, only we call accused person. If there are some doubts or there are something, then we call accused. Then second, it is not about what I feel or not, because a person has done a crime, the person should be punished, no matter what is the reason that person has committed. Okay, first. Second thing, then what I feel is not matters in that case, whether do we have the enough facts and evidences to prove that the person has committed, and whether those facts and evidences are really truth, that we may have to verify. Going for a job and taking care of the child can also be an ethical dilemma. Accident situation and important function. He has done other crimes in the past. See, somebody has done other crimes in the past, and if the case that we are investigating, that matters. And if we have the person has committed a crime in other previously or something, once again, whether do we have the facts and evidences? Like suppose I've committed a crime, I went to jail, I faced the punishment, now I come back, now I'm a normal person. Now if I'm doing the another crime, that's a new case. Student indulging into pleasure instead of studying, there is no ethical dilemma in that, Mahima. So student, suppose if it is indulging in the pleasure instead of studying, that is a choice of an individual, and it is not even wrong, it is up to the person actually. uh, if that person has some knowledge and if he is happy with that, it is fine. A known criminal. Okay, now let's go back. That's a good participation. Now listen to me. Okay, if you have any doubt, we'll take it. Many of you have rightly given the examples and the definition. Now focus here. Profit versus welfare. Let us we see whether it's an ethical dilemma or not. Now imagine this situation. Okay, imagine this. First, listen to this case. If you don't listen, you cannot answer. Please focus on my question now. Imagine the 2019 and 2020. These are the times of COVID-19. There were so many new rules and regulations that we have seen, which was not existed earlier. One such rule was actually, so there's a state A and the state B is there. States. Interstate movement actually. So interstate movement of the people or the passengers were restricted at that time in order to reduce the spread of corona infection. Now I am a public official who belong to the state B, and the state B has given a guidelines that for a particular period of time, we should not allow any people who are coming from the state A to state B. And state A is known for higher intensity of the corona cases, which are already prevalent. That is why you should not allow. I am the person here will make sure that only goods and other things are allowed actually, but we are not allowing the human beings, the passengers, to come inside. Now there are five people who are coming from the state to this. Imagine they were, they are telling they are at the check post and they're asking the person who, the official B. Okay, the official belong to the state B coming from the state A. Sir, we are living in a city like Mumbai. We were working in the construction industry. Now after this corona has come, construction has stopped. Now whatever the money that we had, we have already spent. Our contractor told that like I cannot take care of you. Now there was no proper public transportation. We have walked from many kilometers, and please allow us to our state. In the state we that we stay in, there are we have our village is there. We have an agricultural land, so many relatives there, and somehow they will take care of me. Us actually. So there's a husband, wife, two kids, and one old age person. Five members are there. They're requesting you to enter. If you do not allow us to enter inside, we don't have other option, we cannot go back to city also, and nobody is to take care of us, so we are requesting, please allow us. Now as an official, suppose the rules are very clear that we should not allow the passengers from the state A to state B. In this situation, as a public official, what is your response? How do you respond to this situation as a public official? What is your response? Interstate movement. COVID test and allow the passage, one answer. First, take care of the people, and then what to do? Vaishika. We don't know when Corona is going to end at that time. We don't know what rules will changes in the future, and how many days we don't know. Okay, good answers. We'll go ahead by providing them with the food and the cloth. We should take COVID test and quarantine before allowing them in. When I'm hungry, a poor boy stole my food, and there is a dilemma: should I call the police or not? Actually, if stealing the food, actually, then actually normally we should call that person. Actually, if you know, and give more food to that person if required, if you have sufficient resources. Allow them to go after the COVID test, and while providing them a temporary shelter, allow them to go after a COVID test. Give them vaccine. Now that time vaccine was not there. Vanshika. I will try to give them the another better option for them to have a proper housing and living condition as we can't go against. But Himanshu, do you think that you are just a common officer receiving only government salary, not a bribe? Just for example, around 30,000 rupees. How can you arrange actually generally a proper housing and living condition in a for a people? And this is one case like this, 100 cases will come. There may be every day you may get hundreds of cases, or if not, at least in a week, in 10 days, 1 month. We'll do all the preliminary test and allow them to enter all the corona tests. If negative, then we will send them to village. First, we need to test if they are positive. If not, then we precaution they are allowed. Okay, good. Listen. Now listen to me. I will answer this question. Ask state A to take care of the migrant people and not allow them. They were actually wherever they are. So yeah, I'm just common public official. Normally, like if I'm just a common employee who is at a check post, actually, we don't have so much authority to talk to. If our IAS, IPS, then the situation is different. At least we coordinated with the district magistrate of the neighboring district and see what they can do it. That is also correct in the based on the role that we are playing. Now listen to this another example. So thanks to our, because of this corona, there's also changes in the rule related to the public transportation. So public transportation, they told that the maximum only 24 people has to be carried in the bus. It is a bus and 24 people. Just imagine this is the rule so that they can maintain a social distance. And this is a bus which travels from the town A to the village B. Usually it go in the both the sides. Now the time is actually 9 p.m. This is the last public transportation that is available, that is traveling from the town A to the town B. Okay, town A to the town B, this is there. Town A to the village B. Now the 24 people are there. Conductor is ready, driver is ready, and conductor is actually is almost giving the signal for a driver to move ahead. 24 people, everybody is ready. But at that time, there is an old couple will come. That means the old age couples will come and they're requesting the conductor. So, respected conductor, we can see there are so many empty seats are inside. Please allow us to enter inside. Because we have come from a very far of the place and we do not know anybody in the town. If you don't allow, we have to stay through this actually throughout night here only. There's also severe cold weather we can't tolerate. Please allow us to enter inside. So the old couple are requesting, as a conductor, the rules are very clear that there is only 24 people and 24 seats are already occupied. Now, if you are in the position of conductor, would you have allowed these two couples to enter inside the bus, or you have rejected the request, or any other option do you have to deal with this situation of bus transportation, public transportation case? Think about it and tell me what is your approach. According to Ganesh, hello sir, who will see at night 10 o'clock the rules and regulation? You just allow them, sir. People are important. Ask for any non-urgent passenger. See, if any two people are roaming unnecessarily, going to village and don't have any other work, please get down. Can be done. I should speak to my official. Okay, hi sir, these two people are asking, and if you say hello, I will allow. Otherwise, I will send them back. Allow them in while asking them to maintain the social distance. Now government thought that maximum, in order to maintain the social distance, the maximum, if 24 people are there, only then we can maintain. That is why there is a rule called 24 people. So if you allow them, then we are violating the rule. Talk about this to the higher official. According to Shri, arrange the other private bus or the vehicle. According to Shalu, I will allow to enter and giving the seat if that whatever I have actually. According to the Rohit, tell them to put on the mask properly and enter the bus with proper social distancing. Sir, some young passenger can be requested to replace with old people. That's what Arnab. So we'll tell them to get out now. If anyone stays in the town here, we can request them to get down. Social distance should be maintained in serious situation only. So government made some rule, but we will apply only if it is in a severe cases. Not to allow two lives for 24 people. I will allow them to sit or the stand beside the driver seat, or I will give conductor seat to one person and sit another person to sit beside the driver with careful precautionary measures. Arrange the other bus for two people. Sit actually we should, sir, actually we should not allow because it is a matter of concern, because it spreads through the air. The old are more prone to be affected. According, okay, now listen to me. So what is ethical dilemma? Okay, first, what is ethical dilemma? Let's we see this. Write down this definition. It is a situation where we have to make a decision. It is a situation where we have to make a decision. There are alternatives which are almost equally justifiable. Giving importance to one option may lead to the may lead to compromise with some ethical values. And this situation is known as ethical dilemma. So it is a situation where we have to make a decision. There are alternatives which are almost equally justifiable. Giving importance to one option may lead to compromise with some other ethical values. Sorry, sir. Compromise. Yes, Yalu. What is that? Just write it. Then I will explain the meaning further. Okay. Compromise. Okay. Compromise. With some ethical values. So now remember the case actually, the example we discussed, the public transportation, and there are actually two people are there. Now following the rules and regulation given by the government is one value. Okay, and then helping the old age couple is also a value. So it is a situation, I have to make a decision. Now I have to decide whether should I allow that these two people or not. There are alternatives. One is allowing them and ignoring them. These are the alternatives which are almost equally justifiable. There are some arguments which says that why it is okay to allow them. There are some arguments which says that why we should not allow them. Giving importance to one option, if I allow them inside, I helped. Gandhiji's talisman is followed, but have violated the Max Weber bureaucracy model. Giving importance to one option may lead to compromise with other ethical values. And this situation is known as ethical dilemma. Now, coming back to our example, so in the case of same A state A and B also, there are five people who are requesting to enter inside. So this is a situation where I have to make a decision whether should I allow them or not. There are alternatives, allowing them or not allowing them. Both are all equally justifiable. If I take one decision, I may have to compromise with some values. This situation is known as the ethical dilemma. Now, how to deal with that actually? So it depends on the situation. Sometimes we may need to come up with some new solution or some flexibility in the rules that has to be followed. Okay. Normally, when we are reading the law of the land or the laws, rules, and regulation, if when we are understanding the laws, rules, and regulation, we should know about one important concept. One is the letter of the law, and then the spirit. Sometimes we say you should follow the law both in letter and the spirit. Do you know what is the letters of the law and what is the spirit of the law? Letter is very clear. What is mentioned in the words actually, that is a letters in the law. But what is the spirit of the law means? The spirit of the law means the intention behind the law, the purpose behind the law. As a civil servant or a public official, when you are implementing the laws, rules, and regulation, you should not only aware of the letters of the law, but you should also know the spirit, the intention, the purpose behind the law of the land is also very clear. Sometimes, remember, observe this point, focus here. Sometimes a letter may be violated, but you have to make sure that the spirit is upheld, the intention is upheld. Actually, the purpose should not be violated. This is an important, actually, you should be aware why this is created. Now imagine there are 24 people are there in a bus, and if I allow the two people actually and tell them to sit, I am violating the letters. I am also violating the spirit. But see, why we told that 24 people should be there? So because of that, we can maintain a social distance. The proper social distance can be maintained, like maintaining suppose some 6 feet distance or something. That's why they told. What we can do, see, out of the 24 people who are there, logically if we see, there will be some people who are belong to the same family, brother, sister, husband, wife. Actually, all these people will be there. They were coming, while coming to the bus, before entering to the bus they were together. After getting down from the bus, they will also still go together. Only in the bus we are telling to maintain a social distance, 6 feet. You have husband, wife, okay, sit 6 feet distance. That may not be logically correct. So what I can do, whichever the family members are there, we can make them sit together like close to each other. No gap actually. Husband, wife, same. Brother, sister, actually they will be together. From this one family to another family, we can maintain distance. If two people actually from same home, actually if they are coming, before coming to the bus they were coming together, after also they will go to the same, but in bus we are telling you should separately. There was no logic. The theaters were told that one seat have to be left actually, so called the girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, or any family members, they were coming actually from the same home actually, and in the theater we are telling that you have to give one distance actually, which was illogical when we know the intention, but the rule was made generally. But in the bus, in this emergency situation, if I tell that the family member should stay close, and from other people I'm maintaining a distance, and then I allowing the two people, I may be violated a letter, but I followed the spirit, so that I will also make sure that the infection is not spreading with maintaining the 6 feet. In this way, here I may be violated a rule, but I violated actually, I followed the spirit. If you just allow them and just sit like normally by maintaining, not maintaining 6 feet, I am violating both letter and I am also violating the spirit. If this is not possible, then even you can arrange for the public transportation. If suppose if this is the last bus, we can see if there is any auto is available or any other private transportation that is available. So if they may not have the money, suppose I can give some money like 20 rupees, I can ask other 24 people give the money and then actually send it. Something you can do it actually. We should not force anybody who is inside the 24 bus actually to send them. But if they voluntarily have other option, like they want to go for private transportation or something, then they can arrange for it. Are we clear with the first example? Now coming to the second example, suppose there are 5 people. I can see that they cannot go back to Mumbai and it is very difficult. Now I just tell, don't tell anybody, just go to your village and something. I violated a letter, the whatever the letters of the law. But suppose if they have infection, or even if you do the test, sometimes the result do not come early, and there may be sometimes they are asymptomatic also. So, and if they go to the village and they start spreading the infection, I violated a letter, but also the spirit also. And not only the letter, but also the spirit. That is why allowing them is wrong. Neglecting them is also wrong. Like as many of you rightly said, actually, we need to make sure that talking to higher authorities and make sure that they will be sent to the quarantine center. So when they stay in a quarantine center which is available at that time, first thing, for food and the basic needs can be taken care of, and we will observe them, we'll do the test actually after some days, and it is proved that they do not have any symptoms, then we are sending them to the villages. So do public service is not just a mechanical job. I Whatever the rules are there, I will implement it. If we implement the rules mechanically, it will not give any sense. So imagine in front of the temple there is a board is written that be all the devotees before entering into the temple, they should leave their slippers here and then they should enter. That is the board. I am the person actually appointed to make sure that everybody is following this rule. So there are devotees who are coming, they're leaving the slippers and going inside. But there is one devotee who has come without wearing the slippers only. And like barefoot he has come. And he's want to enter into the temple. But I'm not allowing him. Why? What is the rule says? All the devotees before entering into the temple, they should leave the slippers here. I am telling, go to home, wear the slippers, come and leave your slippers here and then go. According to the letters it is correct, but you can see that it's illogical. That is why we should not read the law of the land, the rules and regulation only mechanically, and we are not implementing it mechanically. We know the intentions behind that also. Knowing that, we can resolve it. When you are ethical dilemma, when you are in ethical dilemma, you cannot find a best answer, but there's a best possible answer. Whatever that is right in that situation, we should take it. Are we clear about the definition and these examples? Okay, good. Now, if you have a white paper and pen, write this and I'll explain to you one more case study. See, this is the chapter where the case studies can come. They may give any situation and they want you to answer in 20, for 20 marks and 250 words. How to answer that we will explain to you soon. In example 1, what we should do. As I told you, we should send them to the quarantine center. This example of the public transportation I told you. what we should do, we should send them to the quarantine center. In the second example of us, we will allow the family members to sit together. From other family, we need to maintain a distance and allow the two people. Okay, Shweta. Now observe this situation. Write down these points. If you are writing in a white paper, now listen to me. Okay, this is what we are going to discuss is one of the previous year case study. Focus now when we are giving the question. Please focus. If any doubts, I will take it later. Now, what is the question? It is a situation where I am working as an executive engineer, in which project there is a flyover construction is happening. Flyover is being constructed, and I am one of employee working as an executive engineer. As a subordinate, there are two junior engineers are there. Two junior engineers are there. I am as an executive engineer in charge of some other projects also. The junior engineer's job is actually they have to go to the construction site actually, and they have to update to me whether everything is going well, any issues or something. They have to do that. Junior engineers are updating me that everything is going well. One day, as an executive engineer, I thought of going for a sudden inspection. And during the inspection, I have observed that the flyover, the construction that is happening, is bit deviated from the plan. Is bit actually what happened? Deviated from the actual plan. Deviated from the actual plan. So, what is this deviation from the actual plan? Means that they will plan right how much to construct, what is the height and everything, but there it is a bit deviated from the actual plan, whatever we thought. And as an executive engineer, when I observed, I also feel that actually if we construct like this, it will have a negative impact on the safety of the flyover. It will have a negative impact on the safety of the flyover. But I have taken this observation and went to the chief engineer. That is my senior officer actually. I went to the chief engineer. So, and explained all of this. And after analyzing this, our chief engineer says this, listen to this. See, I have observed this actually. There is no problem. We are going ahead actually. So we have to go ahead with the project. We are not making any changes actually to this project. We are going ahead. First one is the minister has already announced the date. Minister has already announced the date for when this construction, when the inauguration is going to happen, so we cannot delay it further. Otherwise, minister for this, the future coming election, this is construction of flyover is very important. That is why we should do. And because we are constructing this flyover from many days, already it is creating the traffic problem. And if we demolish, you are telling that major portion has to be demolished and reconstructed. And if we do that, it will further delay and people will may protest. And we have already spent the public fund on this. The huge amount of public funds are already spent on this project. If we demolish and reconstruct, it may be an additional burden. Because of all this, we cannot say this actually. We cannot do any changes as of now. We no need to do any changes now. We are going ahead with this. This is what chief engineer is saying. Now, as an executive engineer, I am in a dilemma whether do I follow the superior directive or do I have to look into the public safety. Now, I want you to find your own answer as an executive engineer, analyze the situation again and find the answer. After that, please observe the others' answers also. Now, others also will write the answers now. You can see others' answer now, whatever you type actually. So, that is why do now, even if you like, for example, Sri, if you say public safety, how do you do it? Do you violate actually superior directive and go with public safety? Is it really possible? Think about it and then write. Let others also write their opinion. Then I will have a discussion. participate. Others also participate. Good points. Shweta, Rajarvind, Raghav, Rohit. Once you have written your answer, then observe what your friends are writing. Some of you are commenting on the doubt section. No need to go for a doubt. You just put it as a normal comment only. I will answer that question. Okay. So Konatam, you no need to put it as a separately doubt actually. You can type it as a normal chat and we will find it. I'll find the answer there. Vanshika, Shri. Good. Last few seconds. Once you have done with your answer, please look at the others' answers. Good. Shivaji, Tazain, Shalu. Okay, last 30 seconds. Now listen to my explanation, okay? Listen to my explanation. After that, if any doubt, I will take it. Okay. Now, in this situation, what should I do? How do I approach? Now, listen to me. There are, the few points that normally we don't observe. Here, you need to focus here. Now, listen to me. First thing, here as an executive engineer, after my observation, I feel that it will have a problem with the safety and it is deviated from the actual plan. This is what my observation. But when I went to my chief engineer, here he is saying that no, we have to go ahead. Now, we have a differences opinion, me and my chief engineer, and just because chief engineer has a different opinion than me and he is saying that we can go ahead, we should not come to the conclusion that I am right and he is wrong, or he has no concern for the public safety, or only I know better. No. when the higher authority says something like we can go ahead or something, I need to re-verify. I need to re-verify my opinion or data or everything. Re-verify what I feel. Sometimes we observe something, we may get stuck into that. How there are other experts in the field. So there are many people who are experts in the field in the construction of flyover, my colleagues who are working in maybe private sector or other people, I can invite them and we can go to the place and observe these details once again. If they say that actually yes, we can go ahead with the project, and what is the logic they give, if it is convince us, we can go ahead with that. If experts say yes, and if that is convince us, then we can go ahead. Then if those other experts also feel that there is some problem, then rather than demolishing, like as many of you rightly suggested, is there is any other alternatives that can be done, like extra pillar or some other changes without actually demolition and reconstruction. We will take their suggestion, and now I'll meet the chief engineer. When the first time when I interact with my chief engineer, I had only my opinion. I should not argue too much. Now, because I have re-verified, I also discussed with the expert, it is easy to persuade about the importance of the superior directive, importance of the public safety. There is high chances that they will agree. Finally, everybody wants it to be public service, do the public service only. Even after that, my senior is not agreeing, then I can ask for the written order. A written order. As a senior, if they are given you just oral order, and if tomorrow something happened, the collapse of this, if any legal issues, then we both have to face consequences. But as a chief engineer, if I give the written order that I am giving the order, nothing will happen. Actually, we can go ahead. As a subordinate, I have to go, and if I don't go, that is against the code of conduct. So if your answer after taking the appropriate written order, I will go ahead if you are convinced that it is not going to have the problem. And as a chief engineer, I can give you written order only when I'm 110% sure that, or 100% sure that actually nothing is going to happen to the public infrastructure. In generally, you can end your answer. Actually, I will ask for the written order, and if the written order is given, and if I'm convinced that it will not be affecting the public safety, I will go ahead. In real life, suppose you want to deal, if he is not ready to give the written order, or even after the written order is not convinced, you can meet the higher authorities, above the chief engineer. If they are also not working, then you can meet the minister itself. Sir, actually you want to inaugurate, and it will be an advantage for you in the politics and all. It's good, sir, but it is have the issues of safety. Please relook into that. So minister, of course, they will relook, because they know that it has to be sustainable, these projects and all, because we are spending a crores of rupees. So they will agree in generally. Or otherwise also, as a last chances, if nothing is working actually, then we can go to the judiciary and then do it. And as a last option is media. So then when it is publicized in the media, there will be a pressure on the government to relook into that, and public safety will be done. So going to the media directly is wrong, but after trying all of this option, if nothing is working, only then as a last option you can go. But it is a many negative consequences to you, but still you give priority to the public safety. But in this order, but the hierarchy is also important. Higher authority, then higher authority above the chief engineer. If not, then the minister in this case, then the judiciary, then the media. So that is how you can deal with the situation. In a ethical dilemma, some of you feel, sir, no, I did not get click in that. No, there is no perfect answer in the ethical dilemma. If there is any perfect answer, it may not be an ethical dilemma at all. Finding the best possible solution according to situation. Are we clear about this? Any doubts related to this? You can ask. Clear for Raghav. What about others? Just 2, 3 people say yes or no, no. So that we'll go ahead. Written order will save us. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Yeah, if we taken the written order, legally they are responsible. Super. Now listen to me. Second dilemma that public institution face. Now we divided these ethical dilemmas into two parts. Some of the ethical dilemmas that come in the government organization, some of the ethical dilemmas that may come in the private organization. So in the public organization, the government organization, one is following the higher authorities order can come, though it can come in the private sectors also. So second dilemma is about the reservation. This is one of the most debatable topic that you all know. There is no perfect solution for this. We will just analyze this and try to see what can be the best possible solution. Now, in the Indian context, we give the reservation to the people who are backward. They may be socially backward, educational backwardness, or economical backwardness. Or their backwardness may be associated with actually their disability and etc. Some other criteria are also considered like minorities or something. So why do we have to give the reservation to these people in the employment? Usually we give in the educational institutions, jobs, welfare programs like housing schemes and all. So we need to give because it is we are giving the equality of opportunities for the underprivileged section of society. So in order to provide equality of opportunities, we it is okay to give the reservation, equality of opportunities. But it is demotivate the meritorious people actually, so it may lead to the brain drain. So some meritorious people feel that in spite of so much of hard work we are not getting the seats in educational institution and the jobs, so it may, we are not telling that it may lead to the brain drain. Some maybe so called the talented people feel that are India just keep the reserved people, and these reserved people like us, we should go to the foreign country or something. They think like that. And it is also said that actually though the public services is done by less than 5% of the people, all these government jobs compared to the other private jobs or something, or compared to the people who are in the labor force, it will be less than 5% only. But the people who are in the public services should be the best and best people. We should not compromise with the merit. We should not compromise with merit, because the services has an impact on other people. Now imagine, suppose now I'm an ethics faculty and there is an another ethics faculty is available, just hypothetical situation, imaginary situation, who is teaches better than me and who has a better knowledge and skill, there will be. But the our institution has given me job just because suppose I'm a poor person. No, it's not in reality. Okay, I'm just giving example. Do you think that will that be correct? No, because just because if I'm a poor person, they can help me monetarily. But in order to help me, just because I'm a poor person or disabled, if they give job, I am actually doing injustice to the hundreds of people who will be attending the classes. That is why by giving reservation, we are compromising with the merit, and that is why we should not give the reservation. That is one or another side of the argument. What is your opinion on this? It will be going to be a debatable, and especially is the present reservation system is good actually or bad, and any changes are required. Have a chart on this for a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, then we will proceed ahead. Once you have given your opinion, or first don't see the other comments, make your opinion, then you may observe. Make your opinion, type it in the chat, and then only observe the other opinions also. Yes, please go ahead. Let others also write, then we'll respond to the comments actually of Konatham. participate, express your opinion. Take some time. Think about it. Good points. Last 30 seconds. Okay, friends. Now listen to me. Okay. So one of the student has this opinion, sir, meritorious people only knows the education qualification, but underprivileged people do not work with sincerity. Or underprivileged workers do work with sincerity. See, normally when we are writing the answers, it is that's why these questions are generally ethics questions are asked actually, which you cannot prepare. Most of you expect that we should get the question exactly what we prepared. No, it will not come. When as a paper people who set the question paper, if we ask the question that you have already prepared, we are only testing your knowledge and memory power. But we want to set your mindset actually. If you want to know you who like generally your thought processes, that is possible only when we ask the question for which you are not prepared. Okay, so here it is not advisable to write that like meritorious people only knows the knowledge and educational qualification, but underprivileged section work with sincerity. This is a wrong. This is a biased opinion. Underprivileged section, there are good people also, bad people are also there. There may be people who work with sincerity and may not work with sincerity. And the so-called meritorious people, there can be ethical people also, unethical people also. There are people who actually, of course, work for the welfare of people like Baba Amte. There are people actually cut their family members only. There was an incident where a person who was in live-in relationship actually, and with some dispute, he did cut his partner, actually cut it into pieces, kept in the fridge and thrown outside. So those kind of people are also there. So with respect to corruption and everything, the ethical quality is not associated with poor or rich. This is important. They have learned some ethics because the situation like poor. No, poverty can make some people ethical. Poverty can also make some people unethical. Actually, it just depends on their thought processes. We will make them convinced about why government has given the reservation, and one change which I suggest is the reservation should be based on the economic condition according to Shali. Can be considered. Reservation should only be given only to those who deserve it. But what is the criteria to know that they deserve, Shweta? Caste census like Bihar and UP and then make changes according to her. Reservation is a way to provide justice to the social and economically backward class and provide opportunities to make their life better and come to the mainstream society. Entirely eliminating reservation is not the solution. There should be some common qualification. Okay. Instead of giving the reservation to the backward section, we should provide help. Okay. For disability, reservation is correct according to some Shweta, and Raj Arvind has some opinion. Say with the disabled opinion. Okay, disabled people. Okay, good. See, as a civil servants, you can have some differences opinion. Once again, there is no one actually only opinion, but it is advisable not to have extreme opinion. Normally, reservation is complete nonsense. It should be eliminated, or it is super, there is no changes are required. Maybe both are extreme actually. We need a reservation, it is providing the equality of opportunities and all. There may be some changes that we have to get it, and you may, if you feel update or consider it is appropriate, you may consider these points. First thing, reservation as a concept that we have brought to end the discrimination. The many people who are earlier facing the backward actually, the social discrimination, to end the discrimination they have brought, that is good. But many times this very reservation has become the tool for the discrimination. Now suppose if I'm working in a private organization and studying in a private school, usually nobody will come and ask which caste you belong to. And many times in a private schools or the private organization, we don't know which actually caste they belong to. There was no reason why do we want to know the caste in generally, unless some people before marriage they want to cross check. Of course that may be required for them. In generally we no need to know, it is not even required. But now in a government schools, when we study in a government organization, when we work, we know who are coming from the reservation, who are not coming from the reservation. Many times the reservation only become a tool of discrimination. If any argument among the colleagues, one is coming from a reserved and another is non-reserved category, and that person proposes proposal, and the another person say, sir, I don't think this is a correct answer, sir, because of this reason. Though that might have a logic, other person say, see, you come from reserved category, I know better, I got more marks to come to this position than what you got. Either directly or indirectly this discrimination is continuing. Just focus on that. I'm not saying it should be there or not, some general points that you need to be observed. Then what is happening in some uh, communities like the scheduled caste, we don't have a concept of creamy layer. Like normally in the OBC, what happens? The rich people who are belong to the OBC, whose income is more than 8 lakh rupees or something per annum, they do not eligible even though they belong to the backward caste. But in the case of actually scheduled caste actually and the SCs and STs, there is no creamy layer. That means even if you are rich, you are eligible. Now suppose I worked hard in the initial stages, born in a SC community example or ST community, I was able to grown up, I become a IAS officer, or somebody become MLA. Now what happens, I have access to more resources, I can give a best quality education to my son or daughter, they belong to a particular community. Well, there are very poor SC STs there actually, but they have to compete for the same examination and for the same reservation. In this way, it is causing discrimination to the poor section of the society within the same caste. That also should be considered. So is it possible that actually within there can be a creamy layer that is introduced in the SC STs also? Will that really possible? Or even actually, suppose if my grandfather got the benefit of reservation, my father also got benefit, then I should not be eligible. Will that be okay? Or for example, we can continue to give the reservation or a special preferences while providing the food to them, drinking water, shelter, education, or some nutrition. In all that we have to do, because that is all improving the capacity of a person, capacity building, we can continue to do this. But in comes to the job, no reservation, they have to compete equally. Why we are giving the reservation to them? Because they cannot have a better access to the food, shelter, education, nutrition compared to other people. We will give special priority to them, but when come to the job, on no reservation. Can this be correct? I'm not saying this is correct or wrong. These are all the areas that you need to explore, and you need to come up with a solution. And then also think about this actually. Um, We are giving reservation only to this, but not in this case. Will that be correct actually or appropriate? Now there is also a proposal, we are having a government jobs in a certain private sector also reservation we need to bring, because government is giving jobs only to the 5%, but there are many other people actually not giving. So in order to make it reality, we need to extend this to the private sector also. There is one argument is there actually, whether this is correct actually, or slowly and gradually will. Now if we suddenly reduce this reservation, that will not be correct. Now 15%, suppose SC reservation, after 5 years it should become actually some 15 to 13%, then 12% and 10% or something. Whether it should be done, even if you want to reduce it. Now there are people who have belong to the transgender, and now in most cases we don't have a reservation to them, but they face discrimination. Why some people sometimes, these people who belong to this transgender, sometimes you see them actually asking, begging in the near the traffic, or they may involve in the sale of drugs, or they may act as a middleman in the sex work or something. Why? Because when these people actually compared to the other society, they may look different, they may behave differently actually, and it is very difficult for them to get a normal education. And when you are not educated and you are not getting employment opportunities, somehow they have to survive. That is why, though reservation may be removed slowly, why can't we introduce the reservation to the transgender community? These are all the different areas that you need to explore. You need to find a solution. There is no one answer for this actually. So there should not be an answer also. Slow, keep these points. So private sector reservation, reservation for the transgender, creamy layer even for the scheduled caste. Is it really increasing discrimination or decreasing the reservation? And then what about giving reservation in the capacity building but not in the job? These are all the various options. You need to find your answer on your own. Yes, are we clear? Yes, Mohan, you are right. Reservation will end when the caste system ends. People say caste system will end when the reservation ends, actually, or a both vice versa. Now, come to the third point. Write down this three. Now, listen to me this question carefully. Listen to this. Now, I have recently transferred as the head of the department in some my in in one of the government organization. I have recently transferred. Okay, let me write here. So I've recently transferred as the head of the department. I have observed that some of my subordinates are corrupt. Some of my subordinates are corrupt. If I tell that honesty is an important and a strict order we are giving, that nobody should take the bribe. Okay, they're involved in taking the bribe, and nobody should take the bribe. If anybody takes the bribe, we are going to take a strict action. I'm expecting honesty. They are honest. Now they don't take any money, but they don't work also. Efficiency will also be affected. What is it? Suppose I told you, Shalu, just example we are taking. This is an important work that has to be done in a 2 days. Okay, I'll ask you after 2 days, please make sure this report is ready. Then 2 days is over. I will ask her actually, madam, I told you to give the report. Have you completed? So even though suppose internet is not working, she may cut some wire and tell that, sir, internet is not working from the last 2 days, so I can't do. So that means in a government organization, if you want to find an excuse, you find 100 reasons why something should not be done, why few things should not be done. So if I expect honesty, I will compromise with efficiency. You will always find some reason why you should not work. Or if I tell that, see, you, no matter whether you take the bribe or not, work to be completed. So then you are focusing on efficiency. Normally, as a subordinate, suppose when I can take the bribe, the work that's supposed to be done by tomorrow, I will do it today only because the moment I complete, I'll get extra money. Even if some internet is really not working, I may connect through my hotspot to this actually laptop or the system. I may complete it. Or I may bring my own laptop and complete the work actually, because the moment I complete, I'll get the money. So if I expect efficiency, that they have to work properly, I will compromise with their honesty. If I expect honesty, they will come. I might have to compromise with efficiency. So this is the situation I'm in. Now, as I am a government official, give me some suggestions to deal with this corrupt subordinates. Whether should I give priority to honesty or efficiency? If both are important, how I should deal? Once again, think about this for 1 minute and then express your opinion, and then listen or observe the other's opinion also. If honesty with efficiency, Konathan, how do you find it? Good points, Tazim. So I'll read the comments. So selection process is not in our hand, Konartan. As a, like, government have their own procedure how they will the collect select them. Now they have selected, and even if I can't remove easily. Removing the public official is a very tough process. Even if we remove, we don't get a replacement. That is why it is a challenge in public. In private, hire and fire actually will happen. Today may be hired, like just for example, 20 lakh package, and in 1 month I may get a notice from tomorrow. You no need to come. Suppose 20 lakh package we got it, and decided to marry and everything. She agreed because suppose I'm getting 20 lakh salary per annum, and then after 1 month actually when the marriage preparations are going on, the company fired me, then marriage also may break away. Good. One more comment and then we'll go ahead. Okay, Himanshu has sent this comment. Okay, friends, now listen to me. As many of you rightly said, both are important. Both honesty and the efficiency are important. But how to achieve it? There are two steps we need to take. One is actually there are some steps we need to take: decrease corruption. And there are some steps that we have to take so that there is a healthy work culture in the organization. Healthy work culture. What is work culture? We'll discuss in the future topic. But for now, in simple, they are motivated to work actually. As of now, the healthy work culture is they are internally motivated to work. They should maintain a good relation with the other employees in the organization. Now, in order to decrease corruption, what we have to do? First, we have to give awareness to the common people that these are the actual government fees that you have to pay for the work. If anybody is asking, actually, please call us, help us, so they can have a proper helpline numbers. How they have to? That should be available both for call and as well as for the WhatsApp and the text. And we should have a proper GRM. There is something called GRM. GRM means grievances redressal mechanism. Grievances redressal mechanism or complaint handling system should be there. So by having the GRM and make sure that if the complaint has come, they will get appropriate punishment. By increasing the awareness to common people, dedicated helpline and proper GRM. In simple, what is grievance redressal mechanism? Suppose in this organization you are facing any problem, there is a way that you can complain and they will re-verify and your top management will take appropriate action on them. So that is GRM. All this is there. That is how you will try to decrease the corruption. Now, in order to create, motivate them, one is you can appreciate the people who are doing good work. Appreciate the people who are doing the good work. Then you can also consider ethical training to them or value education to them can also be given. So ethical training courses can be given. Appreciate the people who are doing good actually. And you as a team leader, you have to be a role model. You have to be both efficient and honest actually. And that will be percolated to the future other people also. By taking all of these steps, you can bring the difference. In real life, by the time you do everything, you may be transferred to the another department. But as long as you are in the department, you have to do, even if you are working in one day, it is still fine. That is how you can deal with this. Are we clear with this? Good. Incentives can be given in the private sector, Shalu, but what happens now, in the government sector, the monetary incentives we cannot give. We may consider non-monetary incentives actually. Like what is it? The best employee of the month, honest employee of the month, we may consider them. And if anybody is recognized, we'll put their photo in the board, or we invite their family members and appreciate that person actually in front of his parents or her parents. All this is called as a non-monetary incentives. Non-monetary incentives that can be done. Non-monetary incentives that can be given. Fine. Let's we go further. If you are writing in a white paper and pen, please write this and give some sufficient space in between 1, 2, and 3. Now, as it is actually, we are going with this actually. Give us some puzzle. Like I know we have given some puzzle, like like this. When we asked in the evening, like for example, which is the coolest letter in the alphabet? Just as a some puzzle question. Can somebody tell me which is the coolest letter in the? Some funny answers. That's all. Not I know. So, like Raj Arvind say, B is the coolest letter in the alphabet because it is there between A and C, A, C. Just any other questions you have? Let's we see. So that you get more interested to participate it here before we go ahead. Ask some interesting question. So it should be funny and easy, but it is difficult for people to answer. Why Z is the coolest word according to you, Shalu? And why C, Konatam? Yes, any question you have? What is the middle in hotel? I know the answer. Let's see others answer. Actually, I think this is okay. So Shweta has an answer. Is that correct, Konatam? Why was 10 afraid of 7? Okay, so anybody would like to answer? Why is the 10 is afraid of the answer? Okay, what is in the middle of hotel? The answer is letter T. And Raj Arvind has this question. Why 10 is afraid of 7? Because 10 is bigger than the 7. 10 is afraid of 7. So here 10 is bigger, but it is afraid of 7. Why it is? Because 7 came in the world earlier. Wow. And then the 10 has come. Maybe 1 and 0 might have also come first, actually. Then, or because 1 and 0 is already there. So maybe 1 0 came first and then the 7. Okay, we'll go one by one. So after this, 10 is afraid of 7, we'll go actually. Anybody has any answer? We'll go one by one actually. We'll too many questions that we'll ask actually answer. Now, okay, please, Rajar will tell your answer why there is a 10 is afraid of 7. Oh, because 7, 8, 9, it seems the answer is 7, 8, 9. 8 is actually 8. So 7, 8, the 9. That is why. Is it? Oh, wow, Arvind ji. Just a fun, interesting question. Okay, so the next question in the order is actually which is that word that has all the vowels? A, E, I, O, U. Which words have no vowels? See, usually Y is not considered as a vowel. So the word like cry, shy, all of these may not have the vowels. But we want to know one word which has all the vowels. One last question that is actually which is that letter which okay, education has all the vowels. A, E, I, O, U. Okay, super. And is that is answer, Vanshika? And yes, we can see that actually A, E, I, O, U, everything is there. And that was good. Yes, thank you. So that home, yeah. Okay, one last question from Prashant. Hope it is a right answer only. If anybody wants to answer for this Prashant question, what is the answer, Prashant? W means okay. The answer is W. Okay. Okay, that's a. Hope you understood actually, others. Okay, now listen to this. That's an interesting. So hope you are able to overcome the, sometimes early in the morning, actually, moody, not so interested. It happens. So we try to make it as interesting as possible. So not just completing the syllabus is important. You have to make sure that you are attentive every time. That's why we have said this. Thank you for all those people who participated. Other question, we'll take it in the next session. Okay. Okay, that Anshu, your question will keep it as a pending for now. Please focus here. Anshu, so we'll keep this question for the later part. Now focus here. Now listen to this, all the three questions, okay? Then express your opinion. Then we will discuss the answer. Now I will explain the question related to all the three. And then there is a one similar approach is there. That's why please observe this. So we have discussed some of the possible situation of ethical dilemmas that we may see in the government organization. Now some of them that can come in the private institution. Now listen to this first example. The first one is actually related to automation versus employment. Imagine an organization where there are 5,000 employees are there. 5,000 employees are there. These employees have been working from the last 10 years, and thanks to their contribution, now our company is in a better position. But now there is a new technology is available, and automation technology is available. It can easily replace the human beings. Now whatever the some routine task that is being done by the human beings can be replaced by this actually new technology. But even to handle this new technology we need some people, but it can easily replace the 3000 employees. If we bring this technology, there are 3000 people can be replaced. Now I am the owner of a company. I have to take a decide one decision. One manager comes to me and says that, sir, we have this better technology, the 3000 people employees can be removed, we no need to pay the salary for 3000 employees. And because these human beings has a only 8 hours work and all, but we can make the machines to work for 24/7. And when the new technology has come, we should adopt it, sir. That is why we'll bring the technology and we'll remove the 3000 employees. One manager says. Another manager says actually, another suggestion, another advisor. I spoke to two advisor. Another advisor, sir, this technology, yes, it can easily replace, but these employees who are working in our organization from last 10 years, sir, and if you bring the technology and remove these people, are we really doing good? And especially now India is experiencing the jobless growth. India is growing, but is not able to create so many jobs. After the COVID, still actually job opportunities are growing up. That is why I feel that we should not bring the technology. Now as a owner, I am in a dilemma whether should I bring the automation or should I continue to give employment opportunities to the people. Which is the right decision? That is the first question. Think about it. Just think about it, the first question. And if you want to give some answer, you can give it. Once you have given your opinion, then you observe the other's opinion. Machines have an expiry, but humans don't. Even human beings also has an expiry date, at least. But machine expiry date, we know that actually already. And yeah, both have expiry date actually. Both have limitations. Okay, now listen to me. I will answer what is now coming to this. So now for please focus on the, you need more amount to carry the automation, and automation are more risky as compared to the man. Compared to the man. No, but man are more costly than actually the machine, because machine is one time investment. The human beings every month we need to give salary, some working condition, coffee, tea, everything we need to provide to them, and paternity leave, maternity leave we have to be given to them, casual leave we have to be given to them. So many issues we need to deal with them. Practically all these are there. Okay. Now I will tell the solution. After that, if you do not agree or you have a better solution, you can give. Now listen to the second situation. In generally, the tobacco industry, alcohol industry, and the porn industry, they are called as a sin industries. Suppose my father was in charge of a company where they were actually they were manufacturing the cigarettes and alcohol both. Now as a son, I have got a dilemma. Should I continue this actually the profession that is started by my father? We are just one company. This is related to a private sector. I have two of my friends and I spoke to them. One friend says that actually, see, with the tobacco and alcohol industry, you are paying the taxes to the government. These taxes are very good for the country. So you will continue to pay the taxes. That is why you have to continue your job. And whatever this is legal in our country, smoking and alcohol is legal. So you have to continue. There is no problem, and we are giving a warning to them. See, we are not hiding any information. We are giving warning. We are showing images. Smoking causes cancer, alcohol is injurious to the liver, and it is a choice of the people. It is a freedom to the people. We are not forcing anybody. It is a people by choice they are drinking, and that is why there is nothing wrong. You have to continue. One of my friends say, because we are paying a taxes, it is illegal, and there is a warning we are giving. It is a choice of the people. You have to continue. But one of my friends says that, see, you are just focusing on the profit oriented. No, but you have to be an ethical person. Now you are creating health issues to the people. Many people get addiction. It can lead to domestic violence. You see many in the rural areas, some people may take alcohol and beat their wife and all. That is also one of the reason. Normally when they don't take alcohol, they may not beat, but when they take alcohol, they may beat, they may. So domestic violence is happening, sometimes drink and drive is happening actually. So you will be indirectly responsible for all of this. That is why you don't do this. Actually stop these factories and continue to do something more ethical profession. Don't stop, do this unethical profession. That is what my another friend is telling. So Ramesh is suggesting to go ahead with this, and Suresh is telling because of this reason I should not continue with the tobacco and alcohol industry that my father has started. Now once again I'm in a confusion whether should I follow Ramesh or Suresh. Now you guide me. Whether should I follow Ramesh or Suresh? Why? And you with any other argument, who is correct here, according to you, whether Ramesh or Suresh, and why do you think they are correct? Konathan believes, I think, and I am guessing actually before Konathan, right? He voted for Suresh only, and many others, Mohan and Anshur, also voting for Suresh. Yes, Konatham, what is your answer? Suresh, see, I know your answer. You are very pro poor, pro health. Of course, like many other answers. Prashant is in favor of Ramesh. Among the people who have given, only Prashant is in favor of Ramesh. Rashida says both are right. But what is your final decision, Rashida? Or if you are the one who has to take a decision, your father or your parents have started tobacco and alcohol, will you continue to do this, or you will sell the business and take care of something else? Or if somebody doing, do you think that is ethical or not? So how can you follow both? Okay, good argument, Arnab. So those who are telling Ramesh, Suresh, please give some more explanation why you are in favor of them. Like Arnab has said, if people cannot find those, actually they will find something in the illegal way, and it is a government job to control those practice. As a private, we can continue. I think that maybe he's trying to tell. So if or see from the Ramesh perspective, the taxes help the poor people for the development of country. Yes, says in. I will sell it because negative externalities are severe here. It is not good for the health. Actually, we are supporting the health. Ha, Konatan, we are supporting health. Okay, it is not good for the health, and we are supporting wealth. Okay. Yes, tobacco industries are also an important sources of the daily employment for many daily wages. That's a good point actually with respect to BD or the tobacco. Limited production can be done. So even though people are demanding we want two bottles of this brand, we say no, no, only one person, one bottle only will give. Why government is not banning, we will tell you. These industries are providing the work to poor. That's also a good point. Both are extremes. We cannot ignore the employees working in this sector and the taxes are being paid to the government. People will not stop consuming these products just because we ban these things actually. Increases the tax. Already it is increased. In fact, there is an association of the people who are, addicted to this, are consuming the alcohol, and they're, requesting government to decrease the tax. If you are educated, ethical, then follow the Ramesh. Follow Suresh. If you want profits, then follow Ramesh. Okay. Why not ban? Why to ban? I will answer this. Okay, friends. Now listen to me. The last important question. If you don't listen to the question, you don't understand. I will take the points. I will also explain. Now listen to me. The third question. Now I am in charge of a private company where we are manufacturing some private company where we are manufacturing something. In the present stage, we are releasing 500 units of CO2 to the environment every day, because in the process of manufacturing we are releasing 500 units of CO2 to the environment. Whatever the technology that we are using is legally right. Whatever the emissions that we are doing is also legally right. That means we have we have a permission. So till up to this limit, the emission is allowed. So emission is legal, technology is legal, the machines that we are using is also legal. That is legally appropriate. We are following that. But there is a new technology has come, which is called as a green technology, which is available in a different country. If I bring the green technology, it will drastically reduce the CO2, and we will be releasing only 50 units of CO2 instead of 500 units of CO2 if you bring this technology. But it increases cost of production. Cost of production. Or in simple, investment increases. We need to invest more money for this. Efficiency will not be impacted. If there is a technology we need to bring from a different country, we need to import it, we need to invest that money. So cost of production is increases if we bring the technology, but it reduces the CO2. Now I am in a dilemma, because whatever the technology that we are using in the option 1, this is option A, that is 500 units of CO2, and this is option B, that is a green technology. Again, when I discussed with two advisors, one advisor say, sir, in the A follow, we will follow A method only, sir. We'll use the same technology, same machines, that is, because we are legal. We are not doing anything wrong, sir. All this drama, we need to stop, environment friendly and all. We will continue with option A. Another manager say, sir, we have a responsibility to take care of environment, sir. Though it increases the cost of production, no problem. We have to, go with the green technology, because we government protecting environment is not only the government responsibility. We all should take the responsibility. That is why we have to go with option B. Now, once again, I'm in a confusion. Should I go with option A or option B? Now, if you are the final decision maker, tell me, would you go for option A, that is continuing the same technology because it is legal and you are getting good profits also, or will you go with option B? It is not compulsory according to law, but if you bring that, you are favoring the environment and all. Which option you follow and why? Many of you are saying B. So why do you think B is better than A? Think about this. Good, good. Nature is important for the future generation, so it is spoiled by the humans right now. So Shweta believes actually that we have to go for option B, though it is investment once, but we'll recover that money through the consistent profits. Health is wealth, so we'll go with option B. Slowly replacing A with option B. Okay, friends, that was a good interaction. Now listen to me. Okay, now listen to this explanation. After the explanation, once again, if you have any doubt, we'll answer. Now, please stop writing, typing it, or writing it. If you have just mentioned it, now listen to me. All others, please listen to me. So, in a private institution, when we work, actually, remember that these are all the profit associations. The private institutions are profit associations. They are made for the profit. They are created to make the profit, but at the same time, yes, there is no doubt they have to be ethical. They should have a concern for the society. They should also have a concern for the environment. They have to make sure that there are people who invested in their company called as shareholders. Shareholders should get a very good profit. Only then they are ready to invest. So shareholders, they have invested, for them money is important. Many employees are working in this organization, and these employees should get very good salary. There are many customers are there. We need to give the best products to the customers at the less price, and we need to focus on profit. Actually, society, environment, all the five are important. Society is important, environment is important, customers, employees, shareholders, all are important actually in the organization. And that is why finding the right solution can be a tricky many times. Now, but still keeping all these points in the mind, the first decision, the new technology has come. Now, listen to this. Suppose in some areas there is a possibility of expansion. Now we are producing 500 goods, suppose. Now, if suppose even if you produce 1,000 goods, then if we have enough demand, then what we can do, we will keep all the 5,000 employees, bring the technology also, and because we are expanding, we'll get more profits, so that we can continue. But in all the cases, expansion is not possible. Suppose we are manufacturing or producing Colgate toothpaste. Now again 500 units are sold. Just because we produce 1,000, finally sale also should happen, no? That is why wherever expansion is not possible and automation has more benefits, then we have no other option. We have to remove the 3,000 employees and bring back the new technology. We will give appropriate compensation legally, whatever the compensation that has to be given, we have to give them. Because machines, if the technology is good, actually everything bring down the cost of production drastically. And if we do not bring this technology, our competitors may bring the technology and their cost of production decreases and we cannot compete with them. That is why if there is a new technology that is available, we will actually, by providing appropriate compensation to the 3,000 employees, we will remove them, and in future any job opportunity we may give preference to the 3,000 employees. That is how you can deal with the first one. Coming to the sin industries, because it is legal, if somebody wants to follow, they can follow. If I don't do this work, actually some other will do. Now we are not discussing what government should do, whether they have to ban or not. Actually, it's a different case. Actually, in simple, from a government perspective, if we just look at, because one of the student is asking, why can't we ban? First, why to ban? Now, what is life actually? What is good life, bad life? Why we government should decide? Government job is not to decide what is good life, bad life. Actually, it is the individual want to decide. If somebody knows that there is a smoking causes problem and still they want to smoke, that person should have a right to smoke. If some people know the negative impacts of alcohol but still they want to take it, it is their choice. Somebody may say, I don't want, by taking, without taking, smoking alcohol, living for 100 years is, I don't want. I need to enjoy this and this is giving good. and they want to smoke, the option should be there. That is from government perspective. Even as a private perspective, because we are, as we discussed, rightly said by Ramesh, we are paying taxes, legal warning choice actually. With all that, we can continue to produce the tobacco and alcohol if we want to. There is nothing wrong if we produce it also. Okay. But the whatever the money that we are getting as a part of the profit, some part of the profit can be used in the research and development, so that we will try to create the products in the tobacco and alcohol in such a way that it is giving the same kick to the people, the happiness, the enjoyment, or the pleasure that they are getting, they should get it. But the negative impact of this, or the chemicals, or the that we are using, that may be come down, so that it will have a less negative impact, less addictive in nature, but still they are enjoying. So we are making it as healthy as possible. If somebody, why people smoke alcohol, that is giving, taking them to a new world and they want to enjoy that, it's okay to do that. But problem is addiction, or the problem with health problem. In we spend some money in the research and development to do that. Some of you may not agree with me actually, and I know you sir may be smoker or alcohol, that's why he is promoting. No, when I'm as a faculty, I don't express my opinion here. Remember, first thing, I'm not a smoker or alcohol, and even it is not what I, as a civil service aspirant, how you are supposed to think. Because it is a choice of the people, they have to be, if a person can produce it, only they can spend some money on the research and development, so that you make it as healthier as possible, as entertaining or as pleasure giver as possible. And there are poor industry. In India, the law about the porn is not clear. In some countries, suppose where the porn is legal, porn is actually where, with the consent, the two people perform the sexual act, and it will be recorded. They know that actually it is being recorded, and with their consent, everything, and that will be uploaded to the website, and many other things are there. Now if somebody is running this poor industry and all, once again, it is okay, if because it is a choice of the people whether they want to watch it or not. If it is illegal, they can produce it. But some of the poor website, they allow anybody to upload any videos actually. Suppose some girlfriend boyfriend, when they are together, they share some photos, videos and everything. Because of some reason, separation, and one person want to take the revenge, this person may upload the personal photos of another person in that website or videos and all. It is wrong. That is why website should not allow anybody to upload any videos. Some videos are made with the help of hidden cameras, without knowing to the person who is there in the video. In the washrooms, you keep, people are keeping the cameras in dressing change rooms, in the hotel rooms and all. And these kind of videos should not be uploaded. By keeping these conditions in the mind, but if it is illegal and everything, then you can also, they can, somebody can also produce a poor industry. That is their choice. If it is legal and they want to do it, it is okay, it is ethical, it is not unethical to do it. Now, coming to the third option, whether the profit or the green technology, here I suggest this person to go with option B, that is a green technology. Now, first, but before I get the green technology, now there are many government programs are there which actually promotes this green technology. I can contact the concerned authorities and the ministers, and if possible, ministers or the authorities, and know more about it. If possible, we'll try to reduce the tax that we are taking from the foreign country, because it is good for the nature. And we'll try to see if there is any subsidies are available. After talking to them, and if it is profitable to me, then I can bring the technology. I can also use this as a tool of advertisement. I can promote that we are using the green technology. Then there are many people who are ready to buy, because we are using the green technology. I will also do one more thing. Now here, earlier the government has told that you can allow you can emit 5,000 units of CO2, because at the time the rule is created, the best technology was available, only that. Now the new technology has come. As a person, I can adopt it. I can also write a letter to make the changes. When there is a better technology, why can't we make the people to adopt to the green only? But because I am a first mover, I will have an advantage. Government may reduce the amount of CO2 to all other companies also, then they also have to bring. But I will have a first mover advantage. After they will get the subsidies, we'll try to decrease the taxes, everything, and then we will bring the green technology only. This is how you have to deal actually, when if any questions that is given where you are an in charge of private institution. All the stakeholders has to be kept in mind: the profit society, customers, employees, and the shareholders also. Now ask me any doubts are there. Prashant is talking about honey trap. Where this honey trap come in this topic, man? Any doubts related to this, all the discussion? If anybody is waiting for a break, don't worry, we'll give you the break. Once we this is clear, then we'll give the break. Point one we can make with yes. The same example we can give with artificial intelligence also. Automation can also be with or some recession. In all the cases, we have to remove them. Same solution is applicable. If there is an AI, artificial intelligence can replace human beings. We have no other option. We have to adopt the best technology that is available. See, first topic with respect to automation or employment, what I'm suggesting is if there is no possibility of expansion, we need to bring the new technology, automation or artificial, whatever is there that we need to bring the technology. And we have to give appropriate compensation to the 3,000 employees. And it is okay to remove them by bringing the new technology. It's okay or ethical to remove them. Yes, are we clear here? Any doubts about these 3 points? Oh, Konathan agreed. I thought you don't agree. Konathan. So no doubts. That is good actually. Now what we'll do? We'll take the break. Sir, so how do we deal with other different cases? Which cases, Shali? We discussed three and we have given three. So there is no one answer to all the scenarios. It will be just trying to tell that it depends on scenario by scenario. If you have any doubt, don't worry. We will discuss it after the 15 minutes. So now we'll take a break and meet. Yes, Raghav, actually. So we'll make it a commercial break, actually. So we'll take a commercial break for 15 minutes and then we'll meet. It's a break time. So we'll consider it is like 8 5 a.m. to 8:20 a.m. So 2 minutes early also we may join. So, hi friends. So, welcome to you all after a small commercial break. So, Shali says, sir, how do we deal with other different cases? So, which question you are talking about? Yes, friends. Any other doubts about these ethical dilemmas in the private and public institution? Some of these examples that we discussed. So, the point three can be make the reduction of CO2 with the new technology. Yes, Shalu, I have told answer for all three, but I'll repeat it once again. For first one, what is my answer is if no possibility to expand the project or our production, we can remove the 3,000 employees. Sin industry's example is alcohol and tobacco industry. If somebody is running, they can continue to run it. If possible, they can invest some money in the research and development to reduce the negative health impact of it on the people. With respect to profit and green technology, I suggested to go with option B, that is going with the green technology after taking the appropriate subsidies from the government and the tax benefits and other things. Then we can also request the government to reduce this government only to reduce the maximum limit from 500 units to 50 or 100 CO2. Different cases which comes in the exam, that's what happens, Shali. So as once you um, know this ethics, actually it will become automatically. So what you have understood when you discuss about private sector, so being practical case by cases, so when you practice so many questions, it will become so natural to you. Now how to do this, actually whenever you are involved in an ethical dilemma, if you want to take ethical decision, first you have to know the facts. For example, now how what is the process of ethical decision making when you are involved in ethical dilemma? Imagine the first case that we discussed, flyover. Now, if I want to take a decision, what should I do? First, I should know the facts. I have to know what is the total cost of the flyover construction in generally, and how much part is deviated, and if I want to reconstruct, how much money it may take. And normally, if I see there are two junior engineers, they should have been updated actually, that what if there is any deviation, why they did not inform. So what might have happened? So try to know as much information as possible. That is called knowing the facts. And when there is a difference opinion with my senior, I can also seek the expert's advice and discuss with stakeholder. I can talk to my junior engineers and say what is happening and what is their opinion. I can speak to some contractors and see what is their opinion. Can speak to my colleagues and what they want to know. Whenever, because these are all complicated decision, you can seek the expert advice. You can discuss with the stakeholders, and then you need to identify and evaluate the options. Now options can be like, for example, one of the option can be I will go ahead with the as per the order of chief engineer. This can also be the option. Or second option can be I will take sick leave. I will tell, because this project is so complicated, I can just take the sick leave and somebody else will take the responsibility. So I may say that actually I request my senior officer to transfer me to some other project. Sir, I don't want to involve in this. Or I may ask actually, sir, please give me the written order, then I will follow. So every option is not necessarily be right. You take some option which you feel appropriate and then you have to analyze. In fact, this question that we had discussed was asked in the year 2013, and these were some similar option were given to them. So options are option. They're not necessarily right and wrong. In fact, you will know right or wrong at the end of the journey only. So these are the options. So you will identify and evaluate the options. Like, okay, if I go ahead with my senior order, what are the plus, what is minus? If I take sick leave, what is plus and minus? Transfer, return order, everything. I should analyze the consequences of each of the option. In the short term, what happens in the long term? Suppose I took transfer to some other project and I went. In the short term, I have no need to worry about this flyover. I'm safe. I'm okay, happy. But suppose if there's a collapse of flyover in the long term, then I also feel guilty. So what is, if I take decision A, B, C, D, what is the impact on me as the personal life and my family, organization I'm working in, and the society I'm living in? What are the different impacts that will have? When I'm discussing what are the values are here, principles are involved, loyalties are involved. In order to deal with this, whether actually integrity is required, empathy is required, sympathy is required, compassion, tolerance, which quality is required? Which principle, whether Mahatma Gandhi's talisman I have to follow, Immanuel Kant categorical imperative should I follow, or the Aristotle golden mean? What are the loyalties? Now, should I be loyal to my senior employee? Should I be loyal to the organization as a whole? Or do I have to loyal to the people and the democracy? And which loyalty is important in this case? After all that analysis, make and implement the decision. Once you make the decision and then implement, that is not over. After some years, you may learn, you may realize whether that decision was the right and wrong, and keep learning from the experiences. This is how you can take the ethical decision in your future classes also, and future case studies also, and the future life also. Are we clear about this process of ethical decision making? This slide is very important. This is the foundation for case studies. And in fact, what all we are discussing are the foundation for the case studies. Okay, yes, that's good. Now we are going with the concept law and ethics. Can somebody tell me what is the difference between law and ethics? And can you give an example where something is legal but not ethical? We'll just take. So I want you to give an example which is legal but not ethical. Think about it. Do you have any such example? According to Shalu, prostitution is legal but not ethical. Sin industries are also legal but not ethical, according to Shweta. Konatam, tell me which government policy is actually not ethical. You have used the general word government policies. Smoking is ethical, or it is legal, it can be ethical also. It is up to the individual. Why do you say smoking is unethical, Shalu and Shweta? What is that logic that you call them as unethical? Sedition law, if implemented well, it is both legal as well as ethical. Somebody is doing something against the country, that is called sedition, and if there is a act to prevent it, it is legal. And if you are implementing in the wrong way, that is problem. Otherwise, the law as a concept, it is both legal as well as ethical. At the same time, give me an example or think of an example which is ethical but not legal. You can take any concept and say whether this is the first one or the second one. Legal but not ethical, ethical but not legal. Okay. Raghavji, you got fundamental duties. So, what is the whether fundamental duties are legal and ethical? When I say legal, it is not that legally enforceable. It is right according to the law. That is the meaning of legal. So, fundamental duties are legal. Smoking and drinking alcohol, you are telling it is 0.2 Anshu. So you say it is ethical but not legal. No, smoking and alcohol. So first thing, both are legal, and ethical or not, it depends on the context. Yes, Himanshu, we have read your answer. Let's we see others' answers also. We need some thought processes like what is law and what is ethics. Think of an example. See, it's all about you have to think first and learn. So legal but not ethical, ethical but not legal. Shalu says actually it is ethical. I think she may be trying to tell it is unethical smoking and alcohol because it has impact not only on the individual but also on the have a negative spillover effect. If that person smoke in an isolated place and if he is aware of it, then it is fine. Voting is legal, but taking money is not ethical. Education till graduation. Helping the poor is actually two, you are telling Shali. Helping the poor is both legal and ethical. Legally, helping poor is not wrong. So it can be both right. It is legally also right, ethically also right. Helping the poor people. Taking money for to vote is actually legally also wrong, ethically also wrong. Taking money for voting is legally wrong as well as ethically wrong. Driving without license is both legally wrong as well as ethically wrong. They are not the answer for two. Driving without license is legally wrong as well as ethically wrong. Imposing fines in the legal or the road accident actually. Imposing fines is legal. Road accidents but ethical wrong. If imposing the fines when there is a road accidents happen and for the person who committed that accident or negligence or something, it is both legal as well as ethical. Plagiarism, so copying, whether that's both legal, illegal as well as unethical. MLAs are not educated, but they're ruling. They may not be formally educated, but they have a word awareness. Without that, normally we cannot become MLA. And our constitution allows the people who are not formally educated to become MLA, and that is both legal as well as ethical. Strike against the unplanned infrastructure. So elaborate, make it as a legal or illegal. Okay, friends. Now listen to this. Okay, law and ethics. Widow remarriage is both legal as well as ethical, Aisha. Now when the any question says that whether something is ethical or not, they are asking you, do you think it is ethical? If there is any question like that in the exam, they want to know your opinion, whether do you think it is right or wrong. What is a law? Law is a set of rules and regulation. Law is a set of rules and regulations. What is ethics? Ethics is a set of guidelines. It is a set of rules and regulation, that is a set of guidelines. So law is something that we must follow. Ethics is the expected behavior. Written, punishment for violation. Respecting others, living with the parents. Respecting others, living with parents is both legal as well as ethical, Shali. Once you have written, observe here. So what is a law? Law is a set of rules and regulation. We know that we have a constitution for our country. Based on the constitution is made by the constitutional makers. Based on that, legislatures makes the law. Based on the laws, the regulatory bodies makes the regulation. Based on the regulation, the organization makes the rules. So that is why what is a law? Law is a set of rules and regulation that we must follow. While ethics is a set of guidelines and it is an expected behavior. What does it mean? Imagine there is a public transportation, no, public transportation bus is there, and now there is two seats are there, which is reserved for the senior citizens. But there was no senior citizen was there, so I was sitting in a place and another boy is also sitting. Now after moving for some time, there is the two people who are senior citizens, they have come and they're asking, it is reserved for senior citizen, please give us. Now here, whether I like it or not, I have to give the seat to the senior citizen. That is something that I must follow, whether I like it or not. It's a no option, I should do it. That is a law. Now I got a seat in an unreserved seat. Now there are few seats which are not reserved for anybody. Now I went and sit there. But now there is a one pregnant lady comes actually, and she's requesting, please give us me a seat. Now here it is not compulsory for me to pay or give the seat to her, but I can give seat to her, but I'm expected to give the seat, to give seat to her. That is called expected behavior. I'm riding two wheeler and wearing helmet is compulsory. That is a rule I must follow. But I saw that two people met with an accident and they're severely bleeding. Helping them is the expected behavior. Whether law is written, whether law is written or not, law is written. There are sometimes you see unwritten constitution. Even in unwritten constitution or the laws are written. They may not be well codified actually in some countries, but it is written. Do you think that ethics is written? Is ethics is written? Think about it. Many of you are saying no. Where do we get ethics from? If it is not written, where do we get it? We get ethics from the different sources: thinkers, philosophers, leaders, reformers, administrator, religion, culture. Everywhere there is ethics. Some are maybe written, like Bhagavad Gita is a source of ethics, Quran, Bible, all these are the source of ethics. Gandhiji's talisman, Immanuel Kant categorical imperative, many of them are written, and some of them are common sense. Actually it may not be written. Actually we need to understand. So ethics, it may be written or it may not be written. If there is a violation of the law, will there be a punishment? Yes. If somebody is violated a law of the land and get punishment, there is a punishment. Now, if there is a ethics violation, will there be a punishment? In law, there is a punishment for the violation. Some kind of punishment you will get it. But in ethics is violated. Is there is a punishment? Answer is yes. We sometimes we feel guilty. Suppose I'm again riding a two wheeler. I saw that two people met with an accident, but because I was in some other problem, I just maybe came. But I may feel guilty for it. I may not feel guilty for it. So that depends on the individual. Answer is maybe or may not be. Answer is maybe or may not be. Vanshika, fundamental right and fundamental duties. Both are legal as well as ethical. Fundamental, in the case of fundamental rights and fundamental duties, they both are legal as well as ethical. Respecting others, living with parents is one. No, it is both legal as well as ethical. Who will punish if ethics is violated? We only get punished. Like as I told you, I feel guilt. That is a punishment. Array, how can I do that? Suppose we somebody cheated, manipulated, and all. How can I do that being a human being? That is also a kind of punishment. Old age homes is actually legal, and in it depends on the case by cases. Generally we cannot say old age homes are actually unethical. Sometimes parents don't want to live with parents, or the parents don't want to live with their son or daughter. Sometimes son or daughter that they are having in the foreign country, that but they want to stay in India only. So we cannot say the old age home as a concept is unethical. It is a case by cases, but as a children, we have a responsibility to take care of this. Sale of alcohol is both legal as well as ethical. Beating mob by police may be legal, but sometimes not ethical. Okay, sometimes yes, it is not ethical. Abortion is legal and not ethical according to Shweta. No, in the Indian context, it is both legal as well as ethical. Parents beating children, if again that is in generally case basis, otherwise it is both illegal as well as unethical. Divorce also case by case basis actually. And why they're taking divorce, sometimes they both get separate and they can be happy. Divorce can be both legal as well as ethical. Adultery, having extramarital affairs or something, it depends on the case by case basis. Generally it is considered to be a wrong, but why somebody is having affair, what is that situation that made them actually, so there are many factors that will decide. So generally it is difficult to tell something as right or wrong. Taking leaves is legal, but taking the false leaves is unethical. If I'm taking the false leaves, that is both illegal as well as unethical. Surrogacy can be both legal as well as ethical. Okay. Now let us we come to some points here. Homosexual relations. Are they legal in India? Homosexual relations? Yes, Shalu, depends on the situation. That's why it is very difficult to say answers. Ethics, many of you are telling no. No, actually, homosexual relationships are legal in India. And homosexual relations are ethical also. Is anybody feel it is unethical? Homosexual, according to you. So, homosexual relationships, sir, please resolve PPT problem. So, I am assuming that sharing wrong PPT, that may be problem. We'll see. So, Chitturi feels homosexual relations are unethical. So, tell madam, why do you feel that it is unethical? Madam or sir? So if somebody feels unethical, you can have your opinion. According to Konatham, it is ethical because it is their own right. Yes. Hey, is anybody has any other opinion? If no comments, I'm assuming that you are okay with that. We are going ahead. So, progressive taxation. See, in the homosexual marriages are not legal, but in the Indian context, homosexual relations are legal. They are decriminalized. And how the two people with their consent, they have the physical relationship, whether it is between male or female, or male male or female female. So that's why it is both legal as well as ethical. The progressive taxation. What is progressive taxation? With increase in the income, the percentage of tax that we have to pay is also increases. That is both legal as well as ethical. Legal as well as ethical. The practice of child labor in general sometimes may be ethical, but that is why practice of child labor in the hazardous industries is legally also wrong and ethically also wrong. And the practice of child marriage is legally wrong and ethically also wrong. As any of you have differences opinion with this slide, you can ask. Shallow says it is unethical according to old age people. That is why now we are discussing as a civil service aspirants. I also told you when any question is asked, do you think it is ethical in the question paper? They are talking about your opinion as a civil service aspirant. Yes, Shallow, I understood. Yes, okay. So Chitturi confused with homosexual marriages. No, that's why we have written relationships. It disrupts the balances of society. Which one, man? Mohan. Which is disturbing and how it is disturbing? Is progressive taxation ethical? Yes, it is ethical, Ganesh, because we can't do the opposite. We can't take more tax from the poor people. No, we can only take from the rich people. Mohan, why do you think that the homosexual relationship will disrupt the balance of society? There are two people with their consent, they are having physical relationship. Why it is has to do with social stability? They ask opinion and expect to stick to the rules. Paradoxy. Who ask opinion, man? So again, see, as is in any examination, if somebody is asking opinion, yes, they want to, but they want to know whether you are suitable to become a civil service aspirant or not also. When we say that is what important. See, because if somebody who thinks that homosexual relationships are not ethical, there should be a proper logic. So they want to know that in general consensus is it is ethical. It is their choice. Sir, in ethical, we can't generalize. That is why, Shali, we are asking your opinion. This is actually a civil service examination, and if some question in this context we are asking, is it ethical? They want to know, as a civil service aspirant, what are you thinking? What everybody thinks here in this case, when the question is, do you think it is ethical? So they are asking, do you think it is ethical? So it is what is your opinion that matters. And as you rightly said, different people have different opinions. Now listen to this. If all follow homosexual, then it become reference for other to follow homosexual. See, you have to understand more depth actually, Mohan. So it somebody becoming homosexual is not by choice. There are so many, maybe the hormonal factors, environmental factors, societal factor. They develop orientation. If somebody want to get orientation, if suppose I'm a heterosexual, get like as a male, I get attracted to female. Even if I want, just because I saw some male is actually having a relation with male, it doesn't mean that even I will do that. It cannot happen. By looking at some homosexual guys, we cannot become homosexual. Girl has the having relation, that doesn't mean that by looking at another girl also will become lesbian. So by looking at somebody else, nobody can become homosexual or the heterosexual. Taking dowry is legal, but dowry harassment is unethical. So Chitturi says, see, according to law, dowry is only illegal. In generally, that's why we write dowry harassment is both illegal, illegal as well as unethical. Dowry is legal. We cannot say that, Chitturi. Okay, let's we come back to this. See, this 1882 Salt Act. We have an 1882 Salt Act. What is this Salt Act? Says that the British government has imposed monopoly in the manufacture of and the sale of the salt. See, Britishers coming from a different country to India, and the salt is was easily available in India, but they told that Indians should not manufacture the salt, only we manufacture, and you should buy from us. So this act of the 1882 is legally right because that was the law that is there, but ethically it is wrong. You are going to a different country and you are telling them that actually not to produce whatever that is easily available to them. That is unethical, but it is legally right. Against this practice of Salt Act in 1930, Mahatma Gandhi has declared a salt law and declared a civil disobedience, and he decided to break the salt law. Though it was told not to produce it, he did produce. This act of 1930 is legally wrong because he violated a law, but we know that it is ethically right. Is strike illegal? See, there are some, when you say strike, when we say peaceful protest, if we take appropriate permission from the appropriate authorities and then we do the strike, it is legal as well as ethical. Some emergency services like doctor or public transportation, without appropriate permission, if they go for a strike, it is illegal as well as unethical. That's why we said with appropriate permission, the strike is illegal. but they, especially doctors and the public people who are involved in the public transportation, because it create a problem. If they involved in public transportation, doctors, civil servants, police, if they go for a strike without appropriate permission, then it is illegal. Absence of future generation in the homosexual in the same gender. In every society there are 4 to 5% of people who are homosexual, and it is their choice. And don't worry about future generation. The world has so much of population. In India we already have so much of population than that is required. Okay, even if some people are decided not to marry, they also don't have a kids. It is their choice, man. And just because we, if we need a kids for future generation, we should not expect them to marry different people and give birth to the next generation. Now, what is this? Go through this image. Just read that image and understand. So it is said that actually close to 88% of the people choose not to assist the injured victims in the accident cases, according to this report. Now, so this not helping the accident victims is not illegal. We cannot say that it is illegal, but it is unethical. Hope you have understood. So we cannot say it is legal or ethical in generally, but we can say that. So there are two reasons why many people do not help. One is actually apathy, that is no care, concern for the other people. Array, for me, I have to take care of my life. Other people, array, this police, judiciary, so many negative consequences. Because of this reason, usually not help it actually. So not helping the accident victims is not illegal, but it is unethical. Again, remember every situation has an exception. Now imagine at 12 o'clock in the night, I am riding a car and there are three of my family members are there. And at 12 o'clock in the night in the highway, I saw that there is a pregnant woman is actually having some health issues and she is stopping our car. Please stop, stop. Actually, along with her next, her husband is also there. They want her to take to the hospital. They are stopping. And there are two more people are there, family members. One seat is vacant. Should I stop the car and take them to the house, place that they are wishing or not? 12 o'clock in the night, riding a car. There are two more people are there with us, and there is a one. I know at the night 12 o'clock in the middle of the highway, there are two people who are stopping our vehicle. Should I stop them and take them or no? Give explanation also. Whoever says yes or no. You can't stop them because there is emergency. Why? Because they are asking for us to help us for a drop. Yeah. So we cannot say what to do, but in generally, if 12 o'clock actually in the night, it is advisable not to get down. As rightly suggested by Mahima, we have to go to the nearest police or call the police and give the exact location. They might help actually, because this pregnant woman and everything can also be a trap. Suppose we get down actually to save those people, there may be other five, six people who are actually hiding there. They come out, attack on us, and actually we are risking our family also. That is why we don't know, and that may be a real case also, fake case also, and so many incidents are happening. That is why the one of the best solution is actually not stopping and calling the police and telling that happened, and they will see, because they have weapons, they have rights and everything, they will take a decision. So in generally, but when you say at in the morning, actually when you see so many people are roaming, and if accident happen and we are making the videos and everything, so that is actually it may not be illegal, but it is unethical. Now, what is your answer actually for this question? Yes, Shivaji, you are right. Do we have to follow the law of the land always? What is your answer? Tazim, are you sure about it? So do we here refers to civil service aspirant and the civil servants specifically? Okay, good attempt. Go ahead. So if there is any question like this, actually, do we have to follow the law of the land? Yes. Answer is yes. We have to. Now, but when we are implementing the law of the land, following the law of the land, we should not only consider the letters of the law, but we should also know the spirit of the law, the intention behind the law. Sometimes letter may be violated. Sometimes the letter may be violated, but we need to uphold the spirit. We should not follow the law mechanically. When you say mechanically, without looking at the consequences, without understanding why this rule is in the first place itself. So without knowing that if you are doing it is wrong. So do we have to follow the law of the land? Yes, answer is yes, we have to follow the law of the land. But when we are implementing it, you usually see decision ethics questions are not asked in the prelims nowadays. In mains, when they ask, you have liberty to explain. So when we are deciding to implement the law or following the law of the land, we should know the letter and spirit. Sometimes the letter can be violated. Wherever possible, follow both the letter and spirit. But where it is not possible, letters can be violated, but we need to spirit or uphold. The law should not be followed mechanically. Are we clear? Yes. Thank you for your response. Now there is a case study for you. Sir, Chitturi now wants to know what is the spirit of the law. Were you present from 8 o'clock, Chitturi? If you were there, you would have known. Tell me now, were you present? Now were you present from the 6 a.m., the time the class started? No. That's why you don't know. Uh, Please be present from 6 o'clock because they are all connected. But still, for you, the spirit means the intention behind the law. But to understand, you have to go back to our class because with example, we have explained that. Here, spirit means the intention behind the law. If law will no, if a criminal is running away, also should we keep quiet? No, we will run them. We can cause a injury. Law gives up actually some regulation. Suppose you shoot somebody, you have to explain why did you shoot. There are some circumstances you can shoot. That's why gun is given to you. Okay, Shweta ji. Okay, now please go through this case study because how do you read is also important. Okay, I will read this slide for you. Now listen to me. Suppose you are a CEO of a company that manufactures specialized electronic equipment used by a government department. You have submitted your bid for the supply of the equipment. The department, equipment to the department. Both the quality and the cost of your offer are better than those of competitors. Yet the concerned officer is demanding a hefty bribe for approving the tender. Getting the order is important both for you and for your company. Not getting the order would mean closing down a production line. It may also affect your own career. However, as a value conscious person, you do not want to give bribe. Let me simplify this. Okay, now try to understand. So in this context, who am I? A CEO of a private company. What are we doing? We are producing some electronic equipment, specialized electronic equipment. The government has called for a tender. That means government public procurement. Government will also buy the goods from the people. So they have called. So I have applied that. Sir, these are the products I'm ready to sell, and these are the prices, everything. Like me, there are other people also applied. Now this government official has informed me that the product that you are giving us is a very good quality. The price which you are offering is also very good. But if I want to approve the tender to you, you have to pay me a huge amount of money to me. Now, as a CEO of the private company, I may give the bribe and compromise with the quality and make the profit also. But I'm a value conscious person, the person who give importance to the values. When my products are good, actually, I don't want to give the bribe. But this order or the tender is very important to me actually, because if I don't get it, it affects my my career, my employees, and everything. In this situation, I'm in a dilemma what to do. And this is the context. This is one of the previous year question. Now these are the questions. I want you to read your these on your own, understand and plan your answer. After the 3 minutes, we will discuss. Try to give as many points as possible. As we always say, listen to me, friends. First, you have to read once again if you want. If you have access to PPTs, please go through the previous slide also if it is required, and read this slide and plan your answer. What is this? What is the demand? What may be introduction, body, conclusion, everything. After writing that, after understanding, comment it. And once you give a comment, only then look at the other comments also, how others are thinking. Okay, after the few minutes, we'll discuss the answer. Your time starts now. Yes, Konatam, I'm reading your comments, and others also. Please post it and read others' comments also, and see what is their thought process. Please go through the recordings of the previous classes, Rashida. Tanay is asking in the doubt section, his marriage is illegal. Yes, homosexual marriages are illegal, Tanay. Homosexual relations are not illegal. Don't post as a doubt separately. You may post under the normal comments. Only then you will get the you will get it there. Think. Last 1 minute. If anybody wants to express your opinion, please express it. Last few seconds. Both parties have to come to an agreement in an amicable manner. Okay, friends. Now, please stop writing. Okay, please stop writing. Now, listen to me entire. No, listen to my entire conversation. And because every point is very, very important, that is why listen to my entire conversation. This is the first case study that we are starting. So, if anybody is in the middle of writing something, please post it now. Okay, and listen to me now because this entire conversation is important. All your doubts will be resolved. But first, listen to me. Okay, entire. After that, I will take any points or any doubts that you are having. Now, whenever we are writing the answer to this, okay, first, how to approach this case study? First, we need to write introduction. Okay. First, we need to write introduction. What is introduction? I will explain to you. After writing the introduction, you have to write side heading. What is side heading? That depends on the question. Here, we have this actually, valid arguments can be advanced for both for giving the bribe and getting the order and refusing to pay the bribe and risking the loss of order. What those arguments could be? What is the first question is what those arguments could be? Giving the bribe and getting the order actually is first point. Refusing to pay the bribe and risking the actually loss of the order is the second one. So after writing the introduction, see, I have to write option, side heading game, where I will be writing the arguments, why it is okay to give the bribe. I have to write some argument why it is okay to give the bribe. Then I have to write arguments why I should refuse to pay the bribe. Why I should refuse to pay the bribe. I will write some points. So introduction, some points I have written, arguments for why to pay the bribe, then arguments for why not to pay the bribe actually. And then I have to write, could there be a better way to get out of this dilemma? Now, what is the next side heading is actually better way to get out of this dilemma. better way to get out of this dilemma. That is a side heading. Then I should explain what is that better dilemma and why this option is better, pointing out its merit. That is what the question. So giving that why this option is better than these three. This is called as a structure of case study. Introduction you are writing, and then the arguments why to give the bribe, why not to give the bribe, and better way. So do we have to follow this always for all the case study? What is the structure? That depends on the question that is asked. See, if you remember, these headings we have created based on what is asked. Their what their arguments could be, we have taken the arguments. We will practice many other case studies so that you will get more clarity. Now, so in this, the first part is introduction. Now the question is how to write introduction. So whenever we are writing the introduction in a case study, there are 4 points we look into that. Some we identify what is the value or the quality that is required to face the situation. For example, in this case study, now who am I? I am a CEO of a private company. The government official is not ready to give the tender to me, but I have to get, there may be so many problems are involved. That person is trying to want me to give the bribe, but I should not give the bribe. So following the ethics in life is very important actually, and as a value conscious person, I don't want to give the bribe. I can write any of the two value, either I can write integrity or moral courage, because specifically as a value conscious person I do not want to give the bribe. I would like to quote which quality is required. Moral courage is required to face this situation. Now, how to write this? Now, listen to me. So, what is my introduction is the above case study is a test of my moral courage in the role of CEO of a private company. Moral courage is the courage which is required to take the right decision in spite of the adverse consequences. This we have discussed in the previous class, moral courage. This is part of the introduction. Sometimes you can write the value, sometimes you can write the topic. The overall this topic is about actually corruption, because government officer is asking for the bribe, and that is part of the corruption. The above situation highlight the presence of corruption in our society, and you have to define what is corruption. The corruption is the misuse of public power for private benefit, for private benefit. The here government officials are actually misusing their power for their own benefit. Normally public servant should be role model, but in the above case public servant itself is misusing. So I can write either the topic or the moral courage. Now whenever there is a dilemma, the question is asking what is the dilemma. I have the two options. One is giving the bribe and getting the order and making the profits. That is organizational interest. Do I have to give priority to the organization? Like if I, that is organizational interest, or organization's interest, or organizational interest versus. But as a value conscious person, I don't want to give. That is why personal ethics. Personal ethics. Should I look into the my personal ethics? That is one dilemma. Or should I look into the organization perspective? Or I can also write, see, I can pay the bribe and get the money, make profits. That is called economical values. Should I give importance to the economical values or the ethical values? Or the ethical values? This is ethical dilemma. Then stakeholders. Stakeholder means who are the people who are associated with that, or the organization who are associated. One. Now, who are the stakeholders we see here? Here. Suppose you are the CEO of a company. That is the. So who is a stakeholder? Myself is a stakeholder. So myself as a CEO of the company. That is the first stakeholder. Now, next one is actually concerned officer. The government official who is demanding the bribe is a second stakeholder. First one, myself as a CEO of company. Second, actually, the government official who is demanding the bribe. Though the literally they have only two, actually, there are two more people are there we can mention. So one is myself as a CEO of company, the government official who is demanding the bribe. You can also write explanation also. Then there are two people, my employees of my organization, because they will also get impacted. Stakeholder means the people who get affected by my decision, employees and other competitors. Whatever decision I take, even it will have an impact on other competitors. Writing this is known as introduction. So do we have to write all the four? Not compulsory. Can we write all the four? Yes, you can write. Sir, how to decide whether to write all the four or not? Overall, we need to write 250 words. If we have sufficient content in the body of the answer, then you can reduce. But here we have taken as a model so that all these possibilities you can write it. You can talk about the value that is required to face the situation or which topic. In every case study, we may not find all, but wherever possible, we can find. Or what is the dilemma that I'm having and who are the stakeholders. Writing all of this is known as introduction. If you have any doubt, I will take it. Now, did you understand the introduction? Now, after writing the introduction, according to our demand, we should write some arguments why it is okay to take the bribe. What are the arguments that says that why we should take the bribe? So you will write the heading, arguments for giving the bribe and getting the order. As these PPTs are available to you, you can take it. For now, if you want, you can just take the photo of this. If you cannot, take the screenshot. Okay, if you doubt, I will take it, Shweta. Now focus here. Now, these are key points you have to write in complete sentences. First thing, it is a matter of survival of the company. If I do not get the tender, my company may close down. That is given in the question. That is why I should give the bribe and take the order. Second one. And there are many shareholders who have invested in our company, and their actually profits depends upon actually how much contract that we get and everything. We should respect for the shareholder as the CEO, making sure that shareholders are views are also considered, they are also getting profit is my responsibility. Now third point, if I don't give bribe, actually what happens, there may be other people who are ready to give the bribe and they will get a tender. As a government official, they have some discretionary power. If not me, if not actually Somalinga, the other person, if not Ramesh, Suresh is ready to take. These are the arguments that says that why it is okay to give the bribe. See, we have to write arguments for giving the bribe. We have to write arguments why not to give the bribe. But we have to write more arguments for this. We have to write more arguments for not giving the bribe, because finally we should not give the bribe. But I'm telling that I know why I should give the bribe, I should not give the bribe. Both I know. So in order to tell that only we are writing here. So these are the arguments that is saying that why we should not give the bribe. First one, taking the bribe and giving both are legally wrong. According to the Prevention of Corruption Act in India, not only if there is a bribe issue came out, not only the officer who has received the bribe, the person who has given the bribe is also can be punished. So why I am not? What are the arguments for not paying the bribe? Because that is both are legally wrong. We should not pay. And that person is asking for a hefty bribe. See, all these statements are taken from the question itself. The huge amount of bribe. If I give the huge amount of bribe and some product we are giving, then I compromise with the quality. And finally, it is the people's money that is wasted only. So ultimate burden will be on the people. We are compromising with the quality and all. And I am a value conscious person, that is also given in a question. If I give the bribe, I face crisis of conscience. And in order to know what is crisis of conscience, we are in the fifth day. You should have attended all the 4 days classes, at least through recordings. And then there are three things. There is a statement, can you recall? So there are three things which cannot be long hidden. They are sun, moon, and the truth. So that means that we have given the bribe and taken, if this issue may be exposed in the future. If this issue exposed in the future, our company will be blacklisted. Then also our company will go away. So as rightly said by Mahatma Gandhi ji, means is as important as end. End is getting the tender. It is not that end is important. How do I am getting the tender is also important. So we cannot find always shortcut to the success. And as a CEO of company, we are educated and in a powerful position. That is a greater power. And this greater power comes with greater responsibility. That is why I should not take the bribe. Are you understanding? Do you have to write in complete sentences? These are the arguments that says that why we should not pay the bribe. After analyzing all of this, actually, you have to write the final course, actually, or the best course of action, or what is the third way to come out of this dilemma. After analyzing all this, actually, I consider that. So, what is the suggestion? Very simple, actually. Because case study maybe answer writing process is long, our solution is very simple. See, now I'm a private company CEO, and there is a government official is asking the bribe. What I should do? There are in many states we have something called ACB, Anti-Corruption Bureau are there. ACB, Anti-Corruption Bureau are there. I go and talk to the Anti-Corruption Bureau and take their guidelines to expose the corruption. I can write this. This answer is correct. Your answer is over. That's all. But if suppose somebody has written, I will go and talk to the officer and say clearly that actually, no matter what, I do not give the bribe. I will try to persuade that officer why he should give the contract to the right person without taking the bribe. If not, actually, I will contact the higher authorities to find the justice. That is also correct if you write. Or one more trick is there. According to the the Prevention of Corruption Act, actually, suppose in some cases if I give the bribe, actually, I can give the bribe, collect facts and evidences, actually, some recorded videos or something. So give bribe, collect evidences, and submit it to appropriate authorities. So within 7 days, if I can able to do that, I will not be getting punished. So because of all this issue, the scam will come out. Then there will be a retender. I will apply again. As I'm a right person, I will get this tender. This is called as any of this option. You can write, I do this, I do this, I do this, or I will try this. All three also you can write. Any one also you can write. And then yes, all of this may take some long time, the further explanation, it may take some time, but it is good in the long term. In the initially you may face a lot of problem, but it is good in the long term. Bringing the positive changes in the society is not so easy. We should be ready to face adverse consequences. If I give the bribe, I am encouraging the corruption. I should not be a part of the cycle which encourages corruption. I will break the corruption as much as possible, and I will continue to be an ethical person. This is your course of action and the conclusion. And this is what how we have explained introduction, arguments, and giving the bribe, not giving the bribe, and the course of action. Now you ask any question related to this, I will answer. Shalu says make video and upload. Where to upload, Shalu? Which video to upload? Sir, we should follow right path of no one follow it. If nobody follows, let us we follow the ethical path. Now did you understand? Any doubts, please ask. In order to deal with corruption, if not ACB, in a state level, actually, if it is a state, there is a state vigilance commission or central vigilance commission is there. You can also take their help. If you write, that is also fine. Do we have to write answer in the first person or the third person? Mahima ji, the question says that you are the CEO. You are the CEO. So it should be in the first person. That depends on the question. Here the question says that you are the CEO. If you say me I am the CEO, then I will write in the first person only. Okay, it's good, Mahima. You should ask any question you can ask. Sir, yours first point. What I have told many points and I don't know which is the first point. Tell me which is that first point. Give elaborate. Sir, in course of action, can I write the number of solution? If it is required, you can write it actually, Shivaji. But like first, I will try to persuade the officer. But if officer is not willing, then I will go to ACB. Normally, when you go to ACB, also they will guide you how to trap that person. Actually, they are experts in that. That you can use it. So if you have, it is advisable to write one solution, but wherever it is required, you may write, I will try this. If this is not working, then I may try this. If you have any completely different opinion and you want to know whether that answer is right or wrong, please ask us. Because see, remember, it is not only knowing the right answer is important. Why some answers are not right is also important. In answer, why adding giving bribe some case? In answer, why adding giving bribe some case? I did not understand. Please tell the complete sentence so that I may understand. Ganesh. ACB means Anti Corruption Bureau. As the name says, these organizations are established to fight against the corruption which is happening in the society. They give awareness and take appropriate action on the government officials who are involved in the corruption. Ganesh, please ask your question in detail. On social media of giving the bribe or verbal conversation. Shalu is asking something, and we should follow path. No one follow it. On social media of giving bribe or verbal conversation. Again, please, Shalu, you have to explain in detail what social media, verbal conversation, and all actually. Where do we get it? Can we write multiple course of action? That's what if required, you can write Himanshu, and you got it, okay? So ethical value are lost forever when you die also. Yes, Konatham, you are right. Yes, friends, any other doubts you have? Did you understand case study? Do you find case study is easy or difficult? This is the first case study as an introduction, and we will discuss many other case studies. Okay, Chituri feels it is easy. Friends, please, whoever has not gone through the previous, then go through that. So Shalu wants to know upload video on the social media of giving the bribe and upload the verbal conversation. Okay, Shalu, that's a good point. But remember, you as a civil service aspirant, you may be CEO of a private company and anywhere. First, believe in the legal institution, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, higher authorities, grievance redressal mechanism. All of this you have to try. And if one person has done, why to go to social media and all? We know that person is also a human being. Even a corrupt person is a human being. Don't destroy his life forever. Actually, make sure that he or she get legal punishment only. For everything, it is not advisable to go to social media, Shallow. Okay, convinced? No. Yes or no? Okay, think about it. Okay, Shallow, hope you understood. Raghav understood. Not very easy. Okay, now it seems easy. Okay. Verbal conversation of the bribe can be evidence or not. So, yeah, like is actually see if you go to the ACB, they will also guide if you have a recordings that is an evidence, but they will cross check whether it is a morphed or the real videos. Actually, they will cross check. Any audio video can be an evidence actually. Okay, but many times because it can be faked also. If you give anything, there is also a technology that is available whether it is a original audio video or is it edited, that they will cross check. So it is an evidence. Need more practice, but understand properly. That's enough actually, Anshu. So these are all the classes for today. Now as a class, it is over. But if you have any doubts, still you can ask further. So these are all the ethical dilemmas that we see in the private and public institution, the relationship between the law and ethics. And when we meet tomorrow, for our class, we will be starting a new topic called civil service values. If anybody is getting late, you can leave. But if you have a question, you can ask. And now you can ask any question, which are general questions also. If any of your questions, suppose you have asked earlier and it is missed actually, please answer and ask now. In case someone forcefully give the bribe to official, how to mention in the answer? See, you are giving forcefully. I don't take it, no. So taking is the problem. If somebody is giving me forcefully, I say thank you for your money, but I don't want to take the money. And if you are eligible to get benefits, I will give you. I don't take it. So if somebody giving forcefully and going, usually there may be CCTV camera which captures. You don't take it. Call the subordinate and send that person outside. Usually nobody give in the form of cash nowadays because it is, they may want you to give actually through cryptocurrencies or other methods they may follow, or they may sponsor you Bangkok trip or Swiss trip actually or something. So today's is a wonderful class. Okay, thank you, Anshu. Hope it was the same actually the previous classes also. PPT problem will tell the content, will tell our team, Madhu. Yes, Shweta. See, that's okay, we'll inform the team. In case, okay, that I, sir, how to develop vocabulary other than reading newspaper? Reading newspaper, reading NCRT, reading the self-help books actually, reading editorials, reading opinion, all this will help us improve our vocabulary, and that is sufficient for UPSC. Thank you, Ganesh. Thank you, Shivaji. Ha. Okay, if somebody has a patience to listen, we'll have. Okay, those who have promised yesterday, did you watch those videos actually? Have the some of Baba Amte, Sudhamurti, Mark Poem. Okay, there are some of your watched. That is good. Documentary of actually martyrs of marriage. Okay, good. Many of you, whoever has promised, it looks like you have watched it. That's good actually then. As many of, okay, though some of those who are present will give one video suggestion. It's a very small and interesting. We have seen the Piplantry, the Odandurai video, no? So please go to YouTube and type this word Piplantry. Piplantry. It is a very good video. You will get many videos when you type Piplantry. Watch, you will get it. This village is an interesting village. It is a village from Rajasthan. This village has facing some problem, two important problem. There was a lack of water for irrigation purpose, and girl child discrimination was happening. But there's a local politician called Sham Sundar Paliwal. Sham Sundar Paliwal, even he has become the local politician actually. He was decided to bring some reforms, and what he has done, watch this interesting video, you will get it. If you type Piplantry in YouTube, you will get this video. So whoever is there now, please consider watching this video. Mains exam wants the logical answer, or anything realistic things are done by the public. See, mains is to know your thought process. It is not, they don't want to know actually solution to solve the problem and all, because there are experts, they are already given the suggestion. When mains paper is being evaluated, they want to see whether the person with this thought process, with this knowledge, with this clarity, whether he is suitable to become a civil servant or not. That is what they want. Yojana and Kurukshetra are necessary and compulsory. Compulsory? No, nothing is compulsory. Is it advisable to read? Yojana, you have to read. Kurukshetra, most of the topics may be repeated. You may read the summary of Kurukshetra, but it is advisable to read original Yojana articles, because you will learn how to introduce a topic, how to conclude a topic, how to create paragraph, how to write connecting paragraphs and everything. So for essays also it is useful, and the same topic from different dimensions you will understand. So I personally suggest you to read original Yojana magazine and summary of the Kurukshetra magazine. Thank you, Tazin. Please ask us to ask the team to upload the yesterday's annotation of the PPT to team. I will tell both PPT, annotated PPT, I will update. Last 1 minute, if you have any doubt, you can ask. I want to explain my own thoughts, would be better to pass the mains. You explain your own thoughts, and you make sure that it is matching with the civil service aspirant. What is required for a civil servant only you will learn in the. In fact, you have to express your own opinion. We have to develop our maturity so that we are thinking like a civil service aspirant. Thank you, Mahima, Tazin. Yes, friends. As the doubts are appear to be ending, so these are all the discussions for today. Please revise whatever we have discussed and go through the previous topics discussion also, and come with this actually preparation to our next classes. So these are all the discussion for today. Hope that today's discussion was beneficial for you. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you, friends.